Samuda, you notice that you did not get time to settle and compose yourself.
Mr. President, I thank you for your kind indulgence.
Thank you very much. Senator Scott Motley, I recognize you in the continued debate on the regulations concerning the extension of the state of emergency.
Mr. President, this morning I was regretting that I don't write my speeches because I figured that I could just read one of the others that I had prepared some time ago. But there are some differences on this occasion, Mr. President, because as everybody is aware, even though I decry the states of emergencies because I genuinely believe they don't work, and I genuinely believe that their use is improper and unconstitutional, I've always come to the point where I offer the government my support. And I can assure you, sometimes I had a great deal of conflict. But I always came and offered the support because I was concerned that the government seemed to think this was the only thing that they had that would achieve the result which they wanted at the time. I am deeply dismayed, Mr. President, that we are back here. And I would say the fact that we are back here is the greatest demonstration that the SOEs have not worked. What they did was suppressed the figures and gave the impression that lives were being saved. And lives were being saved, no doubt. I am sure of it. I would say that lives got a temporary reprieve. And you know, part of the difficulty that I had with this particular declaration, Mr. President, was that from over the weekend, as early as the Friday, they were sending around all sorts of notes that the commissioner had said to the police, we are expecting problems on the 13th and 14th, so please come out in your numbers. They might have been fake, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that everybody who I knew, and going around in every chat, and people were discussing the fact that the Prime Minister was going to impose a state of emergency. Regardless of whether the source was official or not, and it is quite possible that it was not official, it was prophetic. Because on Sunday, when the Prime Minister spoke to the nation, he announced a state of emergency. And by then, of course, anybody who had a reason to run, anybody who had a reason to conceal their weapons would have done what one would have expected them to do. In fact, Mr. President, it was quite interesting to me that in going to Westmoreland, the Prime Minister made an observation. The Prime Minister acknowledged that there was a shortage of security forces in the parish of Westmoreland. And he says the shortage was due to the significant incidents of criminality being experienced in the parish. Now, I would have thought that the reason why Westmoreland was selected as one of the places in which a SAOE should be declared was because there were significant incidents of criminality being experienced in the parish. So for the Prime Minister to say that and to concede that there were not enough police is, I think, another indictment on the government. Mr. President, I want to extend my condolences to the family of those persons who were actually attending a PMI session aimed at curbing violence, and in particular, targeting gender-based violence, because they had obviously decided to make a noble contribution to easing crime and easing the violence which we are experiencing. And I deeply, deeply regret. It's very ironic that they met their death on that day in that way. And Mr. President, when I say that, I want to make it absolutely clear for those who don't realize that opposition members are human beings inhabiting the same space as government members and feeling the same kind of feeling that they too want a safe and secure country, indeed a country where they can go to bed and lie down and leave doors and windows open. I don't want the impression to be given that the government has a monopoly on caring about saving lives, because that is simply not true. When anybody dies under those brutal circumstances, Mr. President, which human being, other than a criminal, would not feel a sense of compassion and a sense of outrage? But Mr. President, I was very impressed with Senator Samuda's presentation in the State of the Nation debate. I have kept his presentation. I thought it was so thorough and so inspiring that the government had been putting in place so many things that would combat in some way the scourge of crime. I was hopeful. And I'm disappointed that the government has once again resorted to a state of emergency. I'm going to tell you why I say that. The Constitution was not sworn to by one person. When we all swore to uphold the Constitution, and we all read it, and we have an interpretation of it which ought to be respected by all. And in our view, the Constitution is pellucid on the fact that states of emergencies were not intended to be as, I don't want to misquote you now, Senator Webby, but I think you said it was a tool. A tool. Senator Webby, a tool in the toolbox. I am going to urge you, as somebody who I deeply regard and respect, to read the section in the Constitution. To read the section in the Constitution, to understand the whole framework of these provisions, and tell me if you can really say it must be a tool in a toolbox. It is not a crime-fighting tool. It is a provision which allows the Governor General to make a declaration in circumstances, and let me borrow your resolution here because you know my papers are not. The Governor General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body or persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. The immediacy, the emergency is inherent in that phrasing. Now, Senator Samuda has accepted that crime has risen over the last 20 years unabated. So it is hardly an emergency. The only difference which a state of emergency gives to the government is the right of detention for periods which are longer than the usual periods. And I can say this, you were on the Zozo Joint Select Committee. We examined that legislation together. We strengthened that legislation together. And the most persuasive element of the Zozo legislation is that it actually assists us in trying to transform people's life. Senator Golding Campbell, we changed in our proposal the word social intervention to social transformation, because by the time we had heard all the submissions and listened keenly, we realized what it would take to transform a community. I remember when Mr. Omar Sweeney of JSIF told us that we can't make a change we needed at least 6 years to do so. It struck me. It struck me because I think that we had done a disservice to communities, Mr. President. First of all, it was clear that all the agencies that we had set up to do certain kind of work in communities, they had failed to function. And we were playing catch-up. But this social legislation recognized and got to the basic causes of crime. Because we have a culture of violence. And in order to deal with the crime that confronts us, we have to dig it up. Dig it up, turn it over, and replant flowers in there instead of weeds. Now, Mr. President, you cannot achieve transformation through detention. You cannot do it. And in fact, there is an article which demonstrated that after persons were detained, no evidence, no charge, and within a couple of months they were committing crimes and brought before the court. Has any survey been done, Senator Samuda, to find out the impact of detention on innocent persons? Have you found out? Has any evaluation been done? Senator Samuda has pointed out, Senator Samuda has reminded me that intelligence and evidence are two different things. And it is a timely reminder. So the 4,000 people that were detained in St. James were not innocent, in spite of the fact that at the time the report was made, there were children under 17 in detention, and only 153 persons were charged. And I think that is, the problem is that the government has a mindset about innocence and guilt. And so it's perfectly okay. It's perfectly okay to detain people of a certain class, living in a certain community, because they are deemed to be implicated in some sort of wrongdoing, and they cannot be called innocent people. They cannot be called innocent people. I do not share that view. I do not share that view. Mr. President, there was a young man who was shown on a video on Facebook. He had on a hoodie, and that video went viral. It was a young man lamenting that he had done everything he could to change his life, that he had tried so many things, and he had failed at everything. He threatened to go take up a gun and rob people, but certainly he made all of us know that he was now going to embrace and adopt a life of crime. People came forward and they helped Michael Reed. He has a job, he has started a little business, and he has got some scholarships to assist him to further his education. And when I heard that story, I thought to myself, if only we could have more Michael Reeds, so that our young people have a choice, because they feel hopeless and they feel helpless. And Mr. President, if you see some of the circumstances and the indignity under which our people live, you would understand that they don't feel that they count. They don't feel that they matter. Their roads are running with sewage. They have no toilet facilities. They have no street lights. The women are afraid to come out after dark. They live in unhuman and inhumane conditions. And they act accordingly. They act accordingly. So those who feel that the only solution that they have to be effective at crime fighting is a SOE, I hope that you will reconsider. Mr. President, I'm going back for a moment to Senator Samuda. He gave us a very impressive laundry list: police stations renovated, improved fingerprinting facilities. He has invested in a ballistic lab, invested in the capacity of a DNA lab. There's increased mobility, increased visibility. And he did not say this, but I think $20 billion was allocated to crime fighting in the ministry. Is that correct, Senator Samuda? $20 billion just for crime fighting. And you want to tell me that we can't find a way other than a state of emergency? Mr. President, there was a report in the newspaper recently of a man called Glenford Henry who murdered his niece. She has a beautiful name. Her name is Sarika.
Alleged.
Was alleged to. You shouldn't have had to remind me of that, Mr. President. How did he get a gun? How come you have so many guns on the street? It's like everybody own a gun. It's like one gun per person. I've never, every time you hear of a murder, it's a gun you hear of. What did the states of emergency accomplish when it comes on to taking the guns off the street. I don't mean a 10 gun. I don't mean a 20 gun. In a circumstance where it is clear and apparent that everybody have a gun. How these people get guns? And if you say that your SOE is informed by intelligence, that means you have intelligence which targets particular persons in the communities. You get any gun? You need to get some guns. You need to get some guns. It doesn't make sense that everybody walks around in fear. Everybody vulnerable. Every WhatsApp is warning women what not to do and what to do. Because fear is gripping and crippling the society. And I am aware of it. Each one of us over here aware of it. We are just pointing out to you that some of the things you're doing just not right. And when I listen to some of the presentations, I admit we will never see eye to eye on some of the issues. When we had that national consensus on crime and we signed that document, I had hoped that we would have done things a little differently. I'm going to be fair to the Attorney General. Even as in the next breath I'm going to say something negative, I'm going to be fair to the Attorney General to say she reached in the last, what I can't say last administration because you all have been there for a pretty long time now, the last go-round before this election. She reached out to me and we had some discussions about enhanced security measures. She wanted the opposition to work with her on arriving at some solutions. And you know, you saw the difference that it makes, Madam Minister, when you involve the opposition, like how NIDS was different last week from the first NIDS. Because we had been a part of the process, and the people had been a part of the process. And I'm going to say this finally. I think that part of the problem which you're experiencing is that all your advisors, your major advisors, think the same way. You have the Commissioner of Police, who is from the military. You have the head of the JDF. And none of them really have ever interacted. The Army has always, prior to these frequent SOEs, been a little insulated, a little different. And for this reason, when they came out on the street, everybody said, boy, something serious happened. Army out here. Everybody straighten up and fly right. Because they were set apart from the rest of the society. And maybe that is why they don't go further than looking at rigid measures to deal with crime. And I feel that is actually almost a policy, because it was in July 2016 that the Attorney General warned us that some of our rights would have to be abridged, abrogated, and infringed. From 2016 July, Senator Bryan, 2016 July. You should be familiar with that, with that statement by now, since you raised a point of order on it. So, Mr. President, I have no need to wrestle with my conscience. Today, sitting in this chair, I am free to act according to my conscience and to look at the Constitution, to bear in mind that there is a decision which says that the detention orders were unlawful, to take into account the fact that in October, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security made a pledge that no SOEs would be instituted until the court decision was handed down. He made that promise. And if my Deputy Prime Minister makes a promise like that, I'm entitled to feel that he will keep it. Mr. President, I do not support this resolution, and I intend to vote no, if it pleases you.
Thank you very much, Senator Scott Motley.
Mr. President.
Senator Braham.
The need for a state of emergency, Mr. President, has been put on the table and canvassed. Today, I don't wish to talk too much about the law. Others have been speaking about it and will do so. But I was in some of the formations. But I want to talk about some of the other things that, by virtue of my own community involvement and church involvement, that I see from time to time, and consider it from that point of view. As usual, I listen to Senator Motley with rapt attention, and I noticed some of the things that she had to say. And she started, well, not started, but among the things that she had to say was to decry the suggestion that the state of emergency could be a tool. But when there is an emergency, I think she will accept that it is an appropriate tool when there is an emergency. I don't think that she will have a difficulty with that. I think she has a difficulty if there is no emergency and it is being used as a tool. I'm sorry to reformulate what you're saying. Sorry, you're not hearing? Okay. Then the next point that struck me of what she said is about the Zozo and what the head of a particular agency said, that it would take 6 years to transform a community. 6 years. And that strikes me greatly, Mr. President, because I agree that community transformation is necessary and appropriate. It has, and indeed this government has made great progress in many areas, but we all know that the pile is such that you fix some, there's still a lot to do. The amount of work that is required is so large that it often reminds me of a childhood experience when I was relegated to wash the plates. Plates? No, he couldn't do the relegation. He wasn't around. They are like his mother. But the problem about washing plates for a youngster is that there are so much. They pile up, the pots on the ground. You have to get steel wool. They don't have those things anymore to scrub them, and the steel wool get in your hand and so on. But no, steel wool. And when you see it, Mr. President, it seems so impossible because the pile is large. But one of the things I learned as a youngster is that if you start and you attack it methodologically, persistently, it comes down and it comes down and then it comes to an end. And you can go next door to watch JBC TV. Now, there are other opportunities. So that the government has in fact been addressing a matter that has been in existence prior to independence and continues to grow. But by virtue of their investments and so on, you see them chipping away, and it is not a thing that can be waived. I know that if Senator Motley could wave that wand and let it all go away, she would be the first to do so. Not for political reasons, although that could be a benefit, but because of her heart. But unfortunately, that cannot be done. And if Mr. Sweeney says it will take 6 years to transform a community, but we are having murderous activity now, it is not going to be easy or possible to wait to do all of these community involvements that is supposed to have that long-term effect, because murderous activities are, in fact, snuffing out people's lives now. In addition to that, the same murderers, Mr. President, are preventing social activities. They are not afraid to attack activities designed to improve the communities. Senator Motley mentioned the seminar that was being put on for the improvement of the community, that men went and killed people in the seminar, so that social workers become afraid. The very people in the communities are afraid. So while I can agree with Senator Motley and my colleagues who went before, and those on the opposition side are going to come after, that you do need social activities and all the improvement that flows from that, I cannot agree with the implied notion that I get, and some of them say it expressly, that you have to wait to do these and then things will get better. The people are demanding a cessation of the problem now. Something now. Give it the social activities and intervention, but I want you to do something now. I met two young ladies in recent times. They are relatively recent graduates of high schools, and they were from different areas of Jamaica. Well, they are from St. Andrew or Kingston, but they come from different parts of the political divide. They don't know each other. And I had a conversation with them concerning their experience and so on. By the way, both of them support the idea of the state of emergency, but that's beside the point. But the conversation with these two youngsters, and these were accomplished youngsters in the sense that they have their CXCs, and they're looking forward to further opportunities, Mr. President. But there are some things that were said. That the crime or the murders, and it's a little problematic to call this crime. And I think that's an issue that I will touch on shortly. But the murders and the murderous activities, Mr. President, is such that there was a time they felt if they kept out of it, if they were not personally involved, Mr. President, then they had some kind of protection. But now, they say, you just need to be in a family and have a distant relationship with somebody, a 45th cousin, and certain people get to hear about it, and chances are, because they can't find cousin number 45th, they will kill you. They just need, they say, that certain people know that you have had a conversation 2 or 3 times with a certain person who turns out to be one of those in conflict, and they decide that you're there with the person. And because you're there with the person, it is an opportune time to punish the person by killing you. In other words, they were fearful. And they explained, Mr. President, that the times that they have to spend under their beds, hoping that this will pass and they will see morning. They were not particularly strong on social intervention, although they believe in it, but they needed something to happen for them now. And that was their general plea. And so we can't wait for 6 years to address the matter. Something has to be done now, which would permit the interventions to happen, to permit the improvements to happen, to permit the social workers to work, to permit the church to go about their business, their need, and to permit, as I mentioned, church, people in the communities to go to church. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So that is that immediacy that is required, Mr. President, that 6 years or 2 years cannot achieve, because many persons will die. It is not easy. Many of us have never had to deal with these situations of mass deaths. It's a special kind of experience that I am not wishing, if you have had it before, and some of us had, I'm not asking and praying that you have it again, Mr. President, because it is absolutely devastating and probably remain in your mind and affect your sleep, because it is traumatic when you have to go to a home and you see the place covered in blood, when people have moved out and catching all over the place because their communities that they have known all their lives have become a war zone. The statement was made by Senator Motley that you cannot achieve transformation through detention. Naturally, there's some truth to that. But you can't have transformation in a war zone. Now, Senator Motley mentioned.
Where did you get the speech from?
I get it from her. I change up everything I had to say.
She was actually speaking to you.
She says, I think the suggestion was that the government side seemed to be of the view that it is okay to detain people of a certain class and a certain community, and certain communities. And the suggestion, of course, that, and I've heard it said, that if it was in certain other communities, we would not impose a state of emergency and so on. And I have no hesitation in accepting that persons of certain communities and certain class and so on have had certain disadvantages. I know that personally. I also know personally that it is the people of certain communities and certain class that are dying. They are the ones that are dying. I heard somebody said, picking up and putting away poor black people. But I want to remind you and myself that each day it is poor black people that are dying. I want to remind you that when I see the people crying on the TV, or when I go to a scene and I visit and so on, and it's not because I'm visiting any political responsibility. Long before I was in the Senate, I was involved in those types of activities, Mr. President. And I want to say that when people are crying, they lost their sons, they have lost 3 sons, they have lost their daughter, baby daughter, 5 or 6. They are people that are certain community, certain class, and they are black people. They need a break. I am also sorry to say that the perpetrators come from these communities as well. And that's a sadness that I have to face. So the question that we come to, do we treat with social intervention and fix the social situation and hope that in due course things will work out? Or we try to attack that particular symptom now while doing the social intervention and creating a better opportunity for social intervention. And I think, Mr. President, that anything that can be done to prevent those 2 girls from sleeping underneath their bed for 1 more night is useful. And to prevent somebody from murdering them just because them think them there with somebody is useful and beneficial. And I think about it from that point of view. I do. And when I talk to people and in these communities, they seem to agree that we need it. That's from my own personal experience. But, Mr. President, I decided that I was going to have a look at some of the comments from the police and so on. I know that the commissioner in recent times, there's a view that the commissioner don't know nothing. He don't know nothing because he is a soldier. And soldiers don't know nothing because they are isolated. Well, they don't know nothing about police work. That's what they're talking about. They don't know nothing about police work. Is that all right? Isn't that what you are saying? They don't know nothing about police work. But the problem about it is that we have had career policemen in the commissioner work who know about police, and we nonetheless had problems just the same. I'm not prepared to accept that the commissioner don't know nothing. I am not. Bearing in mind that in the very police force, the leadership, I don't know if there's any other former soldier in the leadership. And if there is, there may be 1 or 2. But I suspect that he's the only military officer. And therefore, when the police get together, even if he didn't have the wealth of information, those men and women that are part of what they call the high command, Mr. President, wouldn't be able to bring policing to the table, and that he would represent their views concerning this matter, Mr. President. So I don't accept that broad brush statement, and I don't think it should be pursued. I mean, that's the advice I give to my friend, Senator Motley, that on that issue, she shouldn't pursue it. Yes, don't pursue that one. Well, you wanted to... Don't pursue that one. Don't pursue that one. As a matter of fact, I would suggest to you that you don't pursue the views that you fully expressed today. Some of them. But when you come to the conclusion that you will not support the state of emergency, I ask you to reconsider. Nevertheless, I decided that I wanted to see what it is that the police has said concerning this matter. I wanted to see, since I talked to citizens and they appear to support it, I support it. Is it a matter that, because of me, and the circumstances I find myself. And so I am sort of jaundiced and in a place sort of apart. And so I talk to policemen, young policemen and women, and I haven't had the opportunity to speak to any senior ones, but I decided to go to the newspaper to see what they say. And I want to just ask your permission, Mr. President, to look at some of the statements. And so this is, I believe, from starting with a news source. This is called Loop. And this was an article that was published in some years ago. Well, you can quote it today. You are free to quote it today. But the commissioner is reported some years ago to say some of these things. That's the report. I don't have I wasn't there. He says there's an overall calm that those communities experience. What that calm means is much less shootings that don't hit anyone. Now, the shootings that don't hit anyone aren't recorded. They don't become part of the statistics, but they are very much part of the reality of people's lives in those communities. Then he says, it is not the decision whether an old person sleeps on a bed or under a bed. Those are the decisions we are making, and I cannot see why the work done and the fact that these people within the community get this benefit, why we would stop it. And the writer puts in SOE besides it. So, President, he says that Jamaica has been way beyond that, 4 or 5 times. He says the numbers, he's talking about the numbers, sometimes 6 times of that for 20 years in terms of the numbers per 100,000. And first time we reach up into the 60s per 100,000 was in 2005. The problem is that we have these criminals who are willing to murder people for little or no reason or money. And we have families who are willing to murder each other and get somebody to do it over things, such as property. That is a reflection of the society, that is a reflection of what happens when we allow violence to continue over a 20-year period unabated, he explained. And then, of course, in another article that was recently, a little bit more recent, Mr. President, and I think that could have been probably yesterday, it's very recent, but he says in one report, if it was left to me, then they, meaning the SOE, wouldn't have gone. And you know why. They wouldn't be gone because the circumstances say when you get a 70% drop in murder in St. James and it is still over 100, then you have a problem, the police commissioner is reported to say. Then yesterday, there seemed to have been some kind of seminar hosted by the police. And I won't mention the names of the persons reported to the speaking, Mr. President, by the media, Mr. President, but I will just mention a few things that they said, because I consider them to be helpful. So there's a detective corporal who spoke, and he says, the SOE gives the police the time and the space to investigate more murders. SOE creates a feeling of safety because the known murderers are removed, thus allowing citizens to cooperate with the police. SOE investigators get more time to properly investigate. And that was from a detective corporal. Similarly, a superintendent is reported to say some of the following. The last 10 days we have not had a murder in the particular area where the state of emergency was in that particular community, Mr. President. We have ramped up our operational activities. We have started more community engagements. The residents are more willing to speak to us now since many of the gang members are out of the space. Yes, Mr. President. you find, the superintendent says, that when criminal gang members are displaced from their comfort zones, where they had support in terms of firepower and personnel around them, they tend to go places where they have to keep quiet because it is not their playground anymore, Mr. President. The fear factor is normally overlooked by many. You find that when these individuals are in detention or arrested or displaced elsewhere, it opens up the community to breathe. You find that much more statements can be collected. People are willing to speak to us. People are more willing to partner with us. That's what the police officer said, Mr. President. It is even more effective when it is applied with a long-term basis. Persons just decide that we have had enough of this. We saw where we are able to create better network during the process. The recovery of weapons is very consistent with the community-based initiative that we are having. The point I'm making, Mr. President, it appears that if we take the commissioner out of it on the basis of his alleged ignorance, and we put in place career policemen and women, people who are on the ground, and they now have said, and they have been saying that they appreciate having, may I call it the tool? This tool. So I know as a fact that Senator Motley don't know nothing about policing. And I want to tell you, Mr. President, that I should know a little bit more than Senator Bunting. But Senator Bunting spent his time giving policing advice, Mr. President, and nobody criticized him for his lack of knowledge. He gives it anyhow. However, we have circumstances that those who we admit have policing knowledge and skill are recommending the state of emergency. Why should I reject their opinions? Mr. President, I call for the government to continue its social intervention program, its community development programs. Yes, and indeed, when we have gotten a bit of respite, I hope that the agencies will hurry up and go into all of the communities that have been locked off and imprisoned by others, Mr. President, and do the work that is necessary. But in the meantime, people need to sleep on bed and not under bed, Mr. President. In the meantime, Mr. President, ladies who are distantly related to people need to be able to walk safely in the meantime. And in the meantime, grandmothers need not come on the television and being portrayed while they holler for the loss of their spouses and their grandchildren and children, Mr. President. It is a hard thing to face, Mr. President, and I believe that something ought to be done about it, and now. Fourth Sunday is still the Sunday. You haven't been there in a while, you know. And so, Mr. President, there's one other point I want to make. And I think that there is a kind of misunderstanding of what we are dealing with because we keep calling it crime. I don't call it crime because I see crime as, you know, people get in a fight over something and so on. Purse. When I was a boy going taking Joy OS bus, I had to be very skillful in keeping whatever small change I have because the pickpockets were very skillful. They don't have those anymore, I'm told. But, Mr. President, that's crime. What we have with gangs, Mr. President, not just with a little, what I used to call as a child, a rat-a-tat-a gun. A rat-a-tat-a gun was a play gun. Them have real M16 and AK, whatever. Mr. President, somebody say all bazooka, if there is such a thing. And they are marauding around in gangs and groups, firing at each other and terrorizing innocent people. That's not crime, that's terrorism. That's my view. And that cannot be attended to by the social worker appealing to their conscience, Mr. President. I think we should support the state of emergency. I personally, with all my heart, support it because it is going to and is saving lives. And I urge you to reconsider and support it, Mr. President. Let's not wait for 6 years, 10 years, or 5 years to see who will be left after this carnage, Mr. President. I support it. I intend to vote for it. Thank you very much.
It looked like it is becoming a trend that I speak immediately after him. I don't want to.
Thank you, Senator Brown.
I don't want Senator Brown
Thank
to
you, Senator Brown. Senator Crawford.
Thank you, sir. I don't want Senator Brown to be plan that I am placed in a position to rebut. Because, you know, I've taught him all the skills that he now has. Sounds like he is fired up today. But, Mr. President, I must say I am personally proud of Senator Samuda. I was watching on the Facebook coming up, PBCJ. Huh? No, you know, we're in a position to have drivers. That's watching that. Yeah. You didn't see when Mr. Shaw visited how many of those, a joke. Next thing Christmas you see them missing. But I was watching, and I'm proud because we share age group and we share a political platform. And I'm proud because we share a friendship. And I know some of the things you are trying to do, and I know your intent. In the same way, I know Minister Green's intent. I was going to say former Minister Green, but time will solve that. And I also know Junior. Pernell Charles Jr.'s intent. I tweeted recently that Jamaica just don't know that he's a gem. I went to France with him, and his intent is pure.
Yeah, Sheldon in France too.
We did that as well. But at the same time, I also know that 7 brothers can have 7 different minds. And all of them have the same outcome in their minds, but 7 different methods for whatever reasons for which experience is one. And that is why I don't believe it is unreasonable what Senator Scott Matley stated, that indeed the current commissioner's experience and training will lead to a disposition of a certain approach. I put it to you that had we made Father Holland, God rest, he's alive.
Yes, ma'am.
See, I nearly put Father Holland. But yes, but if we place Father Holland as the commissioner of police, he might also have certain biases of how to approach it. And clearly, if we put Senator Scott Motley, she would have certain approaches. But all of them want to solve crime. And that is why I personally am not satisfied with even the insinuation that disagreement with the state of emergency is an indication of satisfaction with criminal activity. I myself have experienced it personally. Senator Brigham can confirm that my best friend, and I thank the Lord I'm in a position to make his name become permanent in the answer, Sadifa Lewis, a.k.a. Kojo, murdered the 25th of December, 2004. 5 minutes after I left his house and gone to have a shower to go to an event. As you say, I don't wish it on a person. That feeling that you're too sad to cry. I don't wish it on a person that you have more anxiety attacks than bawling. And then the prolonged feeling of a misunderstanding of what could have happened and no closure because nobody get caught and nobody get found. Carrying home his son so that we could go on the road. Murdered. I ran down there, saw him on the ground, public hospital, waiting for an answer. You'd be surprised how when a person is close to you, you know it is so, but until the doctor says so. Oh, as we sat out there, his son was at my house. A constant reminder. Look like him. But can you imagine these inner city communities that every day they are reminded by another friend dying or another son showing up? I can't fathom. I support the reality that we have a problem. I support that reality. I go again, another friend of mine, Kingston College classmate, Nestor Keith, murdered in Harborview, 2016. This is 3 hours after a mutual friend said we're going to a party for another friend in Harborview, and I said, I'm broken, I'm not come. I woke up the morning and said, somebody come and shoot up the party. 8 people get shot, 2 dead. Nestor Keith, one of them. So I am very much aware of the reality of crime. And I'm even more aware of how we are feeling now. I am more afraid now than I was before. Because crime have become indisciplined. There was a time you could feel confident, I did nothing. I troubled no one. Now the indiscipline of crime, a man does go through initiation. And for some reason, they have become so angry with the society. They have become that they now try to do the worst of things. I think we were exposed to cut off head about 7 years ago. As a child, we never know about cut off head. Man get stabbed, man get shot, man get chopped. Cut off head wasn't a part of it. And I almost remember that there was a Portmore situation where a head cut off and you were crazy, like, what's going on? Right, yes. That's the first one I can remember. And then I saw a video, Senator Webby, I hope you haven't seen it, that 8 young men cut off an individual head. The body is laying headless, and they were passing the head like a football to each other. It was bleeding and creating a trail with each kick to each other. And someone videoed it on a white floor. When I see that, I said, boy, what if them come at me? I don't know, because these people are clearly crazy. And they're drinking goat blood out of the skull. Them putting 40 leg in them alcohol. I am afraid. To the point that if you're broke down, don't expect me to help. You're guessing. You are constantly stuck in the middle of your heart and your mind, because your heart is saying it might be a lady, but your mind is saying it might be a setup. We are aware. I go further to say that I had duty as a member of parliament for East Rural St. Andrew. Bull Bay bleeding was, I think I said in the newspaper 3 days ago. 7 mile, 8 mile, 9 mile, 11 mile. Bayshore, Melbrook, Kintyre, Bedward Garden. If you ever heard about Dogpaw, it's where he's from. I've had circumstances where I say I'm not paying no extortion and I had to move a road because nobody could work. The road is to be fixed and nobody show up for road work. But I also know that we are overlooking some of the realities that we have seen. You remember Senator Bunting? You walked with me where we built the walls in Bedward Garden. Big zinc fence removals. And I still thank Cement Company for their contribution. And I thank what was then Jeep for their contribution. And I thank you, sir, for accompanying me. One of the reasons, Senator Braham, and you would have information, but you might have forgotten, that they sleep under the bed is the quality of the house. The ease of penetration. It is not that they are being directly attacked. It is that the quality of the house is so poor that a stray bullet will penetrate 4 or 5 houses with general ease. Now a man will say, well, if no shot, then the house wouldn't be a problem. But until we recognize that some of these things that we ignore, same people who have paid many money into the NHT and can't get a fix-up loan. That's why we do the zinc fence removal and put the walls to kind of now create a barrier. That one of the festering realities of crime within these communities was no access. Police cannot come in. When you look on these roads, no vehicle can pass. And so it becomes a problem. And so therefore, when we look at intervention and it says it will take 6 years to map to turn off the pipe, it don't mean that it has to take 6 years to clean up the floor. The crime part of it, to say we don't want them to be unattached. The crime part of it that say we don't want them to be untrained. The crime part of it that say we don't want them to be susceptible to this quick cash. And I'm speaking tomorrow again, so I'll reserve some of this. But the church is an important aspect of our society. And more, we're taking opportunity to discredit the church. A church is not the church. If a man not do some little foolish round a corner, that is a church. Just like how if a man rape, that's a man. That's not all men. And the church established in my brain. The church established, Senator Braham, at least right from wrong. You don't have to continue to say you believe in God. but there was a concept of conscience that was developed from an exposure of I might not, or maybe I should not be doing this. And the society, in seeking to move to a certain concept, is now seeking to discredit at every opportunity the church. But what I want to say is that I had opportunity to pick up the Prime Minister Holness recently in a tweet that I sent, and the essence of the tweet was, I don't agree with the state of emergency, but I can't say I fault an elected person to do what he thinks is right. I've been accused of that on multiple occasions. Once I'm elected, I'm doing what I think is right. Talk to me when it's time to re-elect. Because somebody must have veto power, somebody must decide. And so I put out that tweet, but I never understood why he always thought he was correct. Why he continued to think he was correct. Because the evidence was suggesting to me that this should not be the direction. But me still again kudos to say, yo, me I do a meeting. But then 2 days ago, I listened to his speech and I got the answers of why he thought he was right. And most of that, Senator Bunting, those answers, was immersed in misunderstanding, immersed in misclassification, and immersed in miscommunication. I'm going to go through some of them so that we can debate and discuss, because it may be the reason why this side, or should I say the other side, perceives the state of emergency to be a good proposal. The first, is that the Prime Minister said he basically thought it would have worked yesterday. Yes, he said his perception and recollection of the events of 2010 seemed to have been warped in my understanding. He said the JLP has proven their ability to bring down the murder rate, and this was reflected in 2010, where he went on to say that since 2004, murder rate was above 1,000, and the only thing, he said, this is a quote, the only thing in the last decade that brought down murder sustainably, substantially, and significantly was the imposition of a state of emergency in 2010. If he believes that, then it explains why he's so committed to a state of emergency. Because in his experience, and from 2004 to now, it would almost be 20 years, so almost in his entire parliamentary life, in his experience, the only thing that brought it down, as he said in quote, substantially, significantly, and sustainably, was the state of emergency. But if the Prime Minister believes this, I would put it to you that he's very uninformed. Because how could he perceive that it was the state of emergency more so than the removal of one who was suggested to be a major violence producer, the Don of all Dons? In fact, it said the Prime Minister believes that he's extremely, you find that when these individuals are in detention or arrested or displaced, it opens up the community to breathe. You find that much more statements can be collected, people are willing to speak to us, and people are more willing to partner with us. Senator Braham made the same quote. He agrees with that quote. The police recently said that. So therefore, an individual who matches this more perfectly than any other individual that we have seen must have been a key reason for the reduction in criminal activities. I go further to say that the prosecutor, the United States Attorney in Manhattan, he said, he, referring to the same individual, is no longer able to traffic drugs, move guns across our border, or terrorize people. then how would you suggest that it was a SOE more so than the removal of a person who was trafficking a tool? A tool, because we are a whole heap of tools there about now. That is a major contributor to murder, guns. It goes further, because maybe the Prime Minister wants to block out of his mind that he was a central member of a cabinet that mounted what some has argued is the most strident defense of an accused that this country has ever seen. And so, in his statement, the Prime Minister says that he is ensuring that there's no inquiry like the last time by making sure the police act appropriately. But the true intent of what was called the Mannat's inquiry was also to recognize the role of government in carrying it to the point that it became such a problem. We have to analyze these things. So strident was the defense that prosecutors in the United States further argued that, and I quote, he was so powerful that he had virtual immunity from the reach of law enforcement. So one of the realities that makes these people feel so powerful is that there are intervening forces that often cause for the law not to apply to these people. And that don't need a state of emergency. That need a genuine and general commitment from those with power, not just political power, Senator Webby. But when I see even in the media, people known as criminal elements being tagged businessman. And then next article, I say my name, tagged businessman. An 11-year-old who might have had respect for me transferred that respect to a similar title of businessman. You might can't call him criminal without the evidence and the conviction, but businessman is an inappropriate term to attach to an individual known by all, and in some cases convicted on multiple occasions. The power holders of the society must make these people recognize that they are unwelcome to us in our society. Some of our political colleagues, for ease of execution, have these people put in on treats, in some cases funded by CDF and other government contributions. And then we wonder why a 12-year-old who see that they have the girls, they have the cars, and they have the politician as their friend, intend and want to be like some of these people. That don't take a state of emergency. That take an immediate conviction and commitment to say that these people will not feel welcome. I say all the time, is some criminals associated with the PMP? I'm sure I can't stop who's associated, but I can stop who's comfortable. Your association don't guarantee your comfort. You must feel that at all times, I don't want you around me within our society. Another individual suggests that he believes that at the time, the Prime Minister's stance that the US was encroaching on Jamaica's rights as a sovereign nation by demanding the individual's extradition was baseless. He said he held it up for 6 months. And surprisingly, Senator Lambert Brown, he held it up for constitutional rights. He held it up for constitutional rights. And I am wondering if the current Prime Minister said at that time, no, who is going to speak for the lives of the people that are losing their lives, the rights of the people who are dying? The current Prime Minister had a big position in the cabinet and was present in the parliament when it was stated that constitutional rights does not begin in legally. But the answer don't show the current Prime Minister jumping up to his feet and say, who will speak for the rights of the people who are dying? Now, all of a sudden, the conversation of constitution is academic. And, you know, at first I was saying, how can a man who was the Minister of Education be so anti-academic? I couldn't understand. But it seemed that it had another meaning, that it is really just in theory. Understand? I had to look into that. And so, what has happened, therefore, is that we have to have this conversation because the Prime Minister feels that the state of emergency, more so than the removal of criminal kingpins, was the reason for the reduction. He went further, Senator Bunting, and I keep telling people to put some respect on Senator Bunting's name. Because in our time, in my experience, he has been the best performing Minister of Security based on statistics. Now, as a mathematician, I don't want to go into the history conversation of it is my opinion, it is my feeling. I'm saying that I see the numbers in his tenure, I see the numbers in the tenure before, and I see the number in the tenure after. And in our period of my experience, he has been the best. Now, Senator Braham must have done further analysis and has come now to the conclusion that he knows the least. so maybe not to know is a benefit. maybe not to know is a benefit. No, but the respect is to the place where it is due. No, he comes over all the time. No, and encouraged me to get married. But it had a long-lasting. This is what the Prime Minister said, Senator Bunting. He took, and maybe that is why Senator Braham feels that you know very little. The Prime Minister took full credit for your performance. The Prime Minister said it had a long-lasting 2010 state of emergency, a long-lasting and sustainable effect to allow for regular policing to work in the time of the PMP's administration. He said, now again, if he believes that, he should be so committed to a state of emergency. Because the last one he can speak to in 2010 calls for regular policing to be adequate for 4 years. So he's feeling that if we can catch back this formula, we can get back 4 years. So I'm saying, but the evidence suggests that he may be incorrect. Because that state of emergency, it was for 2 months. The People's National Party at that time voted against the extension, the second extension, and it was for 3 parishes. Now, if 2 months could sustain regular policing for 4 years, no, well, I don't want the president to say that I am saying what he didn't say. He said that the PMP experience. So I don't know what is the other reason. The PMP is 4 years. So therefore, he said that it is for 4 years. So therefore, I am asking how the Prime Minister follows up to say that when the opposition voted against a SOE for a year, that lasted for 1 year, he said, in St. James, in 1 month, crime shot up. This is a quote. He said, in 1 month, it shot up. Now, I think this side, Senator Samuda, you should advise the Prime Minister not to use certain terms when we're talking about crime and state of emergency, right? But he said, in 1 month, it shot up. When they got a year. He went further and said, It was reinstituted in April 2019 and continued again for over a year until August 2020, and again didn't last 2 months after it was ended. That is his essence of his conversation. And so we must note that that second ending had nothing to do with the opposition. That second ended in August 2020 was voluntarily done by the Prime Minister to call an election that was not due for more than a year after. So who was going to be concerned for the lives of the people that will no longer be protected under that state of emergency? And additionally, I remember when COVID came, this side offered for a state of emergency to be re-implemented, and it was refused by that side to say a DRMA. While the Prime Minister says that after it ended in August, they saw a consistent increase in the following months. At the time that a state of emergency was recommended, it was recognized that crime was going back up. Who is going to speak for the lives of those people? Another thing that needs to be cleared up without having to jump up every time to say point of clarification, information, is that a constant lie is being sold that the opposition ended the state of emergency extension in 2010. That is not true. I will read from the Jamaica Information Service. A resolution to extend the state of emergency, which has been in effect since March 23rd, was not approved in the House of Representatives. Tuesday, July 20th. The resolution brought by the Prime Minister sought to extend the state of emergency in the parishes of Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine to August 21st, 2010. The resolution needed 31 votes. For you to form government, you had to have 31 votes. The Jamaica Labour Party had 31 votes. It's 32. It says, but 6 government members were absent when it was put to the vote. Not 1, not 2, not 3. And the Prime Minister, who is selling the lie that the opposition ended the state of emergency, had full duty to make sure the 6 was here because he was the leader of government business. So when the 6 JLP members of Parliament made themselves unavailable, who was going for the lives of the people and the lives that were being lost? So, Mr. President, there's one thing that we have to have. No, not at that time. Not at that time. At that time, it was simple majority. Now, yes. But a good try. A good try. Yeah, a good try. He's awake, man. He's awake. And one of the things that is necessary for consensus is truthful communication. You cannot expect consensus when I feel aggrieved by a statement known to be untrue. By you. And I remember there was a time I was in Trinidad. Myself, former Minister Hannah, and former Minister Paul was in Trinidad. There was a vote to be had the Tuesday, and our flight was the Thursday. We had to find a flight when Prime Minister Simpson Miller called to say, make sure you are here, or you will not be in any cabinet. We had to go to airport and I'll beg people seat and all kind of thing. And we had to be here. 6 members. I was trying to find the names of the 6, but I couldn't find it in time. The PM then suggested, no, because some of them know are the most vocal. Some of them now are the most disrespectful in the communication. That you are a criminal associate and a criminal supporter. It is not true.
Mr. President, the time being 4:20, might the standing orders be suspended to allow the Senate to sit beyond 4:30 to complete the business of the day?
All right, members, you have heard the question. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Continue.
Thank you, sir. The PM then suggests that his detractors want to engage in a theoretical conversation that the SOE works and when the SOE works. I understand his direction because maybe in his mind, the SOE works in theory. But this is not a theoretical conversation. It is a mathematical conversation. And what I'm recognizing, then you couldn't just do one thing, sir.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, might he be permitted time to complete his presentation?
Thank you. Thank you, House Leader. Thank you.
The Speaker's time having expired, the question is that it be extended for him to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Continue, Senator Crawford.
So the PM, that is why I come with quotes. That's one thing a church teacher speak it ever, cause it what it will. He suggests that the detractors want to engage in a theoretical quote conversation when the SOE works. However, as I said, I believe that in theory, in his mind, he believes it works. But the mathematical conversation will tell you that the SOE actually does not work. Let's look at 2018-2019. Despite the state of emergency in Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, area of St. Andrew, areas of Kingston, and areas of St. Catherine. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, it is that it seems that the government have a misunderstanding of their scope of work and their jurisdiction. If it is that the mayor of Westmoreland came to say state of emergency work, I could understand because he's responsible for Westmoreland. If the mayor of St. James come to say state of emergency work, I understand he is responsible for St. James. But the Prime Minister has full responsibility for the entire country. And when the leader of the opposition pointed out that the crime in the country increased, the Prime Minister responded that there wasn't a state of emergency in the country, in the whole country, that it was specific. And so I have seen even Senator Braham says it works because where it is applied, the crime go down. But from the first time I heard this conversation, Senator Bunting was constant and consistent, and others that I know, to say that it creates a balloon effect that causes for crime to increase in other areas. Now, you imagine if I'm taken to court, family court, God forbid, and when the judge say, you're accused of not taking care of your children, I say, miss, I take care of the first one, you know. The other two is... The other two is just funny mode.
No, that's 6 more.
There are 6. What I'm seeing here is a conversation specific to a local, as if we are running a neighborhood watch. The government is not a neighborhood watch. And lives are lives. So I then consulted a document that I received. The Prime Minister and Mr. President, there's an unfair reality in debates in this House. Information available to the government is not being made available to the opposition. Not being made available. And so I cannot check to say if it is so or not so. So the Prime Minister says that there was a change in the crime statistics between January 18th and January 18th, 2018 and January 18th, 2019. I don't have January 18. What we have is January 1st to the 31st for the 2 years. So how am I going to efficiently know? Because I don't want to give my statement and here say, no, me this is the 18th. But between 2018 and 2019, crime in total went up by 43. Even though the state of emergency had 70% reduction in St. James and 30% reduction in here. Mathematically speaking, murder went up. Yes, I have to be careful because now them throwing all these terms in this thing. Terrorism, as Ransford is saying, seem to have gone up. What we are saying is that murders increase in total. The only way mathematically, and I see another maths teacher over there, that total can increase when there are areas within the sum that reduce, is if other areas within the same sum increase. Who is going to cry for those lives? Who is going to cry for those lives? Yes, there was a reduction in Kingston Western. Yes, there was a reduction in Kingston South. Big reduction in Westmoreland. Reduction in Hanover. And the Prime Minister said when he walks in Westmoreland, a lady said, thank you, sir, because now I can relax or whatever. He says another said that she was a product of crime. And he had to convince her she was really a victim of crime. But what about, in that time, Kingston Central? Did he walk in Kingston Central and was told that that went up by 23 lives? Did he walk in Kingston Eastern? An additional 12 lives. Did he walk in Manchester? An additional 11 lives were lost. Did he walk in St. Elizabeth? An additional 5 lives. In total, more people died during that period. 2018, 2019. I see some writing going on. It's a good thing that the police stats may have. 2018, 2019. So therefore, if we can say, because of the states of emergency, that there was reductions in these areas, is it true, therefore, to say that maybe because of the states of emergency, there were increases in the other? And while it is okay for Senator Samood and others to speak on behalf of the St. James and of the Manchester, of the Hanover and of the Westmoreland, I am taking it to be my duty to speak on behalf of Manchester and speak on behalf of St. Elizabeth and speak on behalf of Portland. Definitely speaking on behalf of Portland. And speaking on behalf of Central Kingston. And so, without the ability to, as the Prime Minister says, put a state of emergency in the whole country, we have to review how we're going to put states of emergency in the separate places, because there seemed to be a limited impact on the general numbers. Yes. And Senator Braham said that when he's washing plate, that little by little the plates are going down, But how would Senator Braham feel when he's washing plates? If all him wash, more plate a come. You would want to abandon that strategy of plate washing. You want to look over. You don't want to be washing the pot with sponge and the plate with the steel wool. You want to look at what is happening. The other thing the Prime Minister says is that we want to have an academic conversation, and if it is an emergency. In truth, if we should have an academic conversation, it is not an emergency. An emergency, by definition, is an unexpected and unusually dangerous situation that calls for immediate action. There's no way, if since 2004 we have been over 1,000, that over 1,000 isn't still unexpected. So an academic conversation would be that it is not an emergency. It is a dire situation. It is a serious circumstance. But an academic conversation. So I'm not going to have an academic conversation. I'm going to say, yeah, it is an emergency. But an emergency in and of itself does not qualify the proposed solution. You cannot defend a solution by stating there's a problem. You defend a solution by stating the efficacies of that solution, that it may be able to work. I'm sick and tired of every conversation about a state of emergency. People are dying. That is the problem. I am tired of every conversation. They want a reprieve. Then if the state of emergency don't produce that reprieve, then it can't be the solution. They want something, yes, but they want something that works. And something that don't reverse after 2 years of taking away them rights in 2 months. What is long term in this context? Because you had an extended period of time, longer than 2010. And 2010 was able to carry 4 years of regular policing, according to the Prime Minister. But 2018, 2019, going straight into half of 2020, carry 2 months, then maybe we're doing something wrong. Maybe we're doing something all right as well. And so, what I'm saying is that if we have a problem, and the police is saying it helps with information, how, Senator Brian, it is helping with community cooperation, and arrest with evidence is not materially increasing. If it is helping with the community wanting to tell their side, more arrest with evidence. We don't see a material increase in guns being taken out. In fact, there was a reduction. But the community is cooperating. I'm not seeing the evidence. And we freely say, the police say, while when I look into the facts, there's another side of the police who is saying the total opposite. The rank and file are saying they're overworked, are saying they're underpaid. In fact, our good senator, who's a trade unionist, must have heard by now that hundreds of police, but because I wasn't there and I don't want to be told to correct, scores. Scores. Well, scores can be multiplied sufficient to be honest. Was out there demonstrating today at the court, the Supreme Court, at the Supreme Court downtown. Now, how is it that you expect to be efficient in the execution of a system that demands a tool, that demands the police support, when the police are restive? You know, I love track and field. I like watching it, consuming it, everything. I ever tried it. It wasn't fast enough. But it's like you're running to give somebody a button. And when they run off in the exchange zone, then pull up set time. Now, you think you win that race? You cannot win that race. Because at the start of the leg, the police, who we are saying is so important, are saying that they are not being treated well, that they were promised payment that they did not receive, that they are now losing families because of what the state of emergencies encouraged, the long hours, the stressful situations, the poor food. And he says, Senator, no, I want to cover Gale. Cover. Senator Gale, when we're looking at the public sector conversation, there is a misunderstanding that you should be satisfied once the rate of increase is above inflation. That is the feeling out there, that you're better off. But that's not how salary is perceived, Senator. No. I'm using how I've seen governments generally deal. And then often the argument is that it is more than inflation. And the reverse, sometimes the workers say it is below inflation, and which means that they're worse off. But there are other considerations in satisfaction with salary. Those three conversations are: one, current effort, plus past effort, plus risk. That is how a man perceives what he should be paid. So if you get a person and say, dig that hole for me, and him have a degree in hole digging, that past effort is going to say, I want more pay if you dig this hole than a man who don't have no degree, even though the two of you are putting the same current effort. The police are being asked to put in more current effort and are faced with dramatically higher risk. The M16s that Senator Braham talked about and not the play gun is creating dramatically higher risk. The dark heart and dark heart of these people. So much so that the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition was having a debate about how they communicated to a mother whose son died. A police personnel. In fact, in the last 3 months, are we about 5? We are quite a bit of police who have lost their lives. That never used to be the case. I've never seen, until I saw it on Facebook, a man fight a soldier. Huh? You want to have an academic conversation, and I don't want to have an academic conversation. Because part of why they fight soldiers is because soldiers now become so familiar.
Yes, right?
You put the soldier in the same community with the man. The next thing you know, the soldier is now in a relationship with the bad man's sister. So therefore, it is now one time, well, you never born them time, because you're so young and so lovely. But when I was a child, when soldier come here, run, just out of, used to it. Yeah, and them look so big. I don't know if it's because I'm grown now, but soldier used to look big and strong. And when a soldier come, every man gone, it's serious time. Now they're fighting them. So what I'm saying is this, that if we recognize that they have higher risk, if we recognize that them have higher current effort, if we recognize that them even affair now come with higher past effort, then how can we not recognize that they would be unsatisfied or dissatisfied with what is being recommended to them? The police don't know what a 40-hour work week is. I got a communique from the police that says on regular occasion, they go 60, 70, 80 hours a week. And they don't get overtime, which was promised to them from 2008. And you expect them to be satisfied knowing that we're going into what might be another extended 6-year, might be on the cards, state of emergency, which calls upon them to do that. And when we recommended in the last election that the police should receive motor vehicle concession, it was frowned upon. Frowned upon for the police to receive motor vehicle concession. Senator Golden, there was a police female, I think her name was Carla Thomas, I think her name was, that was killed on a bus going home. How can you have the police stopping a taxi all through the day and then taking the taxi in the night? And how can any concession be reserved only for those who we call the police high command? And the regular man who day to day sit on a traffic stoplight, being exposed to all ride-up bike man, to all drive-up man, all of what we're seeing now. The police is exposed. And not only exposed, him find it difficult to get a license firearm. How you put state of emergency? If you go expose a man to almost every community now that he is a police because him sit on one place and everybody drive past him 10, 15, 30 times and him cannot defend himself. How we now have a conversation with all of the police stations how we are built to give them a grant for child care? So him can pay somebody to take care of. Can you imagine? What is the current circumstance of a police husband and a police wife? Yeah. How the school from home ago?
Because they can't work from home.
Them can't work from home. If police work from home, we are going to be in trouble. So I'm saying that they are rightfully restive And therefore, in my opinion, no state of emergency should have been called until that has been corrected. So if there's anybody who wants an immediate reprieve, it's the rank and file police. The rank and file police. The final thing I want to say is the untruthful communication. When we say young people are being scraped up, and then I hear the minister, and then the minister, the two ministers, so clearly they discussed it, say, at the last day of the last state of emergency, we had 200 and something people in lockup. We're not talking about the last day. Throughout the period of the state of emergency, over 4,000 young people were scraped up and spent varying times. And there was one thing that was consistent in their communities. You saw the news, $1.1 billion worth of cocaine was seized recently. You think anybody will get scraped up by state of emergency can afford 1.1 billion? I don't think coke sell on consignment. So the individuals who can afford 1.1 billion, they are not being affected. They don't live in the areas being targeted. In the areas that we don't have no evidence, but we know we have, what did the minister say? We have intelligence. That you have criminal, you don't have criminal communities. You have criminal individuals. And if you have intelligence, go for the criminal individuals. Use up some of what we try to leave there. DNA. Use up some of what we try to leave there. Ballistics. Use up some of what swab hand. And then use your intelligence to create evidence. But you cannot, because I come from Little Lane, treat me like I am automatically a criminal. That I am guilty until proven innocent. And then say that that is how the rest are going to feel satisfied. It is not a binary conversation about who is going to stand for the criminal and who is going to stand for the people that die. There is a whole sea in between that. The rest of Westmoreland, which my family is from, Line Gate. I don't know my granny as neither dead nor a criminal. Who is standing for her that don't fall on any of the two that we are now talking about? Who is standing for the hustler who wants to sell jerk chicken? And Jamaican people who know the negatives of being locked down should not support a continuation of lockdown of a certain set of people. Who knows the mental toll that it takes? Who knows the business losses that it creates? Who knows the entertainment lack-off that is going on? And therefore, you're telling me, saying in the whole of Westmoreland, no promoter will be able to make a money? In the whole of Hanover, no promoter. In the whole of St. James, who are community-based, it's not Sunfest. And it could not be Sunfest because Sunfest was given a pass to have Sunfest in a state of emergency. And big restaurant could have locked 10, but small cook shop locked 6. I cannot, in due conscience, support that. But it don't mean I support criminals. I feel that a lot of the things that we don't have now, and I heard Senator Samuda saying that, boy, we buy camera, but it need other things. Then you know, should buy the other things before we buy the camera. We buy gas, me no car. So when my lady say, want to the money, I buy gas. But you know, it can't use because we don't care. It don't make no sense. That we have cameras. That the thing to make the camera work, we don't have. And so therefore, the camera investment now, by the time we get the things to make the camera work, is an obsolete camera. And where is our priorities? I don't forget a by-election in Southeast St. Mary, where announcement $1.2 billion for a road in the junction, and no quarter it not done. I don't forget local government, $600 million bushing, 800 it reach, okay. Yeah, boy, the one that did hurt me. The one that did hurt me, I won't forget. I also don't forget that the Prime Minister stood in this house, well, in the other place, and he said that they decided not to take the Chinese loan to build the Mobay bypass, but to build it from the budget. Why did we not then take the loan for build the bypass and transfer the money from, because it is an emergency? How was it not an emergency then? These are the things that make some people say that there are other ways that we can fight this thing. There are other methods and other tools. And I know that nobody in this house believes that all tools should be used. So the only debate is which tools. There was a time where some police, they believed extrajudicial killing was a tool, and some people in the country believe that that is a tool. There's a time that we believe hanging is a tool, and some of us still believe hanging is a tool. There was a time that England suggested an improved prison was a tool. And because of politics, it was resisted. And they thought it was a tool. So we all agree that all tools are not tools to be used. And all we're saying over this side is that in this case, a state of emergency cannot be perceived to be a long-term, consistent, repeated tool to be used. And so I understand the Prime Minister's commitment to the state of emergency based on his misunderstanding of the realities. But having understood the realities, I, in good conscience, cannot support an extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Crawford. You doubled up for the other senators? You doubled up for the other senators? Senator Golden Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I always attempt to be fairly brief when I stand to speak, and I'm not going to change course on that today. But I wanted to say a few words in relation to this regulations before us, the intent of which is to extend the recently declared state of emergency in 7 police divisions: Hanover, Westmoreland, St. James, Kingston, and St. Anne. Mr. President, the debate has examined the issue of a public emergency. And Senator Crawford has just sat opining that this is not an emergency. But you know, I am concerned that we have such high levels of violent crime, particularly in the communities that we are looking at in these regulations, that we're almost becoming numb to what really constitutes an emergency. And not just numb to the levels of criminal activity and violent criminal activity, but numb also to the gruesome nature of some of these crimes and murders that are committed in these communities. And what that does, Mr. President, is allow us to define an emergency around our own personal feeling and not around the objective standards that are used to measure what really are high levels of criminal activity and what should concern us, what makes it become so urgent that it should be considered an emergency. And instead of looking at it in that way, we're instead defining it by our own personal feeling of numbness or apathy or even calm. And that is concerning to me. When the Prime Minister made the announcement, Mr. President, 2 Sundays ago, the Commissioner of Police spoke then and indicated to the nation that there was, in these communities, a persistent, and those were the words he used, level of violence. He spoke about the dangers that were posed to the public safety because of these persistent levels of violence. And he also talked about the grave trauma to victims and relatives of victims in those communities. And I want to add, Mr. President, that we haven't thought as much. We talk about the victims and the relatives of victims of crime and that level of crime, but we don't talk about the ordinary residents who may not themselves be confronted with it, but who live 2 houses down, who hear the shots, who are affected, the children who are affected by the violent nature of the community and the environment around them. And I know Senator Longmore would have a lot more to say on that issue and its impact on a nation. So let's talk about this thing about emergency, Mr. President, because, you know, there's an article in the Gleaner newspaper, forgive me if I'm not recalling the date, but it cited a study, a report rather, which cited the United Nations description of what an epidemic was in relation to homicide rates. And the UN, according to that article, sets the number at 10 per 100,000, 10 deaths, 10 killings per 100,000. That's an epidemic according to the United Nations. Now, Mr. President, we have something called a crime monitoring and oversight committee that was established. And that has been looking at the government's approach to crime, looking at the crime statistics, looking at certain indicators and certain deliverables that the government has committed to do. And they have indicated, and I think it's a diverse group that has the regard and respect of all well-thinking Jamaicans and those, I believe, on the other side as well as this one. And Mr. President, they have indicated a support for the use of state of emergencies in scenarios where, and in geographic areas where, the homicide rate is above 32 per 100,000.
Mr. President, on a point of order, the senator is misleading the House. I am a member of the CMOC and it does not say that. It says it supports the use of the military in those circumstances. It never made a reference to the use of a state of emergency. So the senator is misleading the House, and I ask that she withdraw that. She's conflating the 2 issues, which is the use of the military with the use of a state of emergency, and it's incorrect.
All right. That is not a point of order. And I'm sorry, you, Miss. No. Senator Bunting, I suspect from the posture that you have on your laptop being available, you are going to be speaking shortly. Continue, Senator.
So, Mr. President, according to the notations that I have on the CMOC view of things, that number 32 per 100,000 is what they consider that critical point that requires action beyond the norm. 10 per 100,000 is the UN epidemic number. 32 per 100,000 is that magic number for CMOC. Mr. President, Jamaica's average homicide rate, as I've been looking at it, 2018, 2019, I believe the last numbers I have are 2020, are somewhere in the region of the mid-40s, 44, 45 per 100,000, well above the CMOC number. But looking at the communities that we're talking about, Mr. President, and if you look at the police JCF website, you can do the math. And if you're having difficulty, Senator Bunting, I can lend you my calculator. The numbers there are absolutely startling. And I'm skipping because I just had them in my hand, because I want to read it. Oh, nothing. Why can't I find the numbers? The numbers are just bad. I'm sorry. Here we go. Mr. President, the rate in St. James, year to date, to the 14th of November, 70.6 per 100,000. That's the rate in St. James. Hanover, 51.1. Westmoreland, 72.2. Kingston Eastern, 84.1. Mr. President, Kingston Central is at 239.8. Western Kingston, 172.6 per 100,000. 78.2 in St. Andrews South. The UN says 10 per 100,000 is a big problem. CMOC says 32 per 100,000. Act quickly. And we're at over 100 and 200 in Kingston Central, and that is not a public emergency? What constitutes an emergency if that is not an emergency? Mr. President, there is no question. And you know, I don't know if, because we have gotten so used to this idea of 1,000+ murders in our country each year, that we just have lost sight of the horror of what these numbers are suggesting. This kind of level of violence is not something you deal with, as Senator Braham said earlier, by social working in the immediate time. It is not something you deal with by putting in better educational facilities. It is, as he said, and I agree with him, needing action immediately, now, yesterday. And so, Mr. President, the Prime Minister, on the advice of the security forces, went to the Governor General and asked that a state of emergency be declared. So when you talk about the police and what is happening with salaries and so on, Senator Crawford, certainly those are matters that must be addressed, need to be addressed, and will be addressed. But it is the very police you're talking about who have asked for this to be implemented to assist them in curbing what is happening in these communities. And I don't know that they are the ones we should ignore. The very crime fighters are asking for it. Is this the only tool, dare I say? It's not. And it cannot be. And the government has not said so. But it is part of the arsenal that you have to use, that is available to you in a public emergency. And there can be no bigger public emergency than the kind of numbers we're seeing in these communities. The other aspects of what the government is doing in relation to the reform of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, improvement in the infrastructure, renovations and improvements to police stations, new constructions, those things are happening, but they're not going to create an effect today. And I think it is misleading to give the people an impression that all these other things are available to you, and therefore this is not necessary when you have the levels of violent crime that we're seeing in these 7 police divisions. We are trying to improve intelligence capabilities, and the government has done sufficient and has done increased work in that area. They have done increased work in dealing with science-based investigative strategies, the mobility improvement of the police force, community policing efforts are bearing fruit. But those are matters that are going to be seen long-term, that we will see long-term effects on. They're not today matters. All we are saying is this situation in St. Andrews South and Central and Western and in Hanover, in Westmoreland and St. James requires action now. The long-term approach to address crime is there, but we need action now. Do we have work to do to improve our response to crime in the long term? Sure we do, because we didn't get to the place we are today overnight. This has been happening for decades and has been a function of a number of historical things, and some of it is very much impacted by how we have conducted our politics over the years. So let us remember that. It didn't happen last night, and it's not going to be fixed tomorrow. But for now, those citizens in those 7 police divisions need us to act, and we need to act now. And so, Mr. President, I would say to my friend Senator Allen that when you talk about what ordinary Jamaicans go through in detention, that has to be balanced by what ordinary Jamaicans go through living in these communities, governed and terrorized by gangs and gang members. We can't forget about those people. And those are the people, Mr. President, that this state of emergency and the work that the security forces will do is intended to assist. Certainly there are safeguards, and there are improved safeguards with these regulations. So I urge you to look at them and let us hold them accountable. Nobody says that the security forces have a free hand to do anything they want to do. Let us keep vigilant as the Parliament. Let us ensure that what is happening there is happening in a transparent way, and we are aware of it, that the Appeals Tribunal is working as it ought to work, as it is set out to work under these regulations. Let us do that, but let us not do nothing. That is not an appropriate response. Mr. President, I signal my support for this vote today, and I thank you.
Thank you. Senator Golden Campbell. Senator Sophia Fraser-Binns. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I stand to make very brief comments because my colleagues have spoken generally and encroached on some of the points I wanted to raise. But you see, Mr. President, I think it's important that I make my contribution. I recall the first time the present government declared a state of emergency. In fact, it was in January. And Just a moment, Mr. President. Thanks. Thank you. It was a January, Mr. President, and I recall that very weekend, I had to drive to Montego Bay for a retreat. And I recall the delays that I had, in fact, Hanover, and I recall the delays I experienced. But I also recall the many discussions and conversations and debate which took place in this Senate over the next 2 years since the first announcement, seeking an extension to various states of emergency. But before all of that, there was an act, or then a bill, that came to the House called the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security Measure. And I recall the conversation around that, and I'm going to come to that in a moment. But 4 years later, we're back seeking another state of emergency, or the extension of a state of emergency in 7 divisions. And I have some discomfort, and I'll share with you my discomfort. You see, if I undertake a project, or if I'm applying as a consultant or applying for something, I have to present a resume. I would have to justify why I am the best choice to get, whether it's a consultancy or whatever I'm applying for. And then my past record will be examined and a determination made whether, in fact, I am the best person for the job. In the instance before us, Mr. President, I don't believe that the situation is any different. In 2018, the government came to us and asked for our permission to extend the state of emergency. The first time, we didn't really have much record or a past to go from. We understand that. But 4 years later, we have more than enough to go on. So we have to assess whether the government's application, supported by the resume, makes him or makes the application the best that can be devised in the circumstances. And to me, the seminal test has to be, what have we achieved over that period of time? Now, I know that my colleagues on the other side will talk about the fact that we have seized a number of guns, that crime went down in some of these divisions, and there was a period where persons breathe a little easier. But then I have to ask myself, is that an A+? You know, for my little son, when he does something good in school, teacher says that's an A-star work. So we have to ask ourselves, is that an A-star work, a B work, a C work? In my mind, an A-star work would be one where the government could come to us and say that over the almost 3 years of various states of emergency, we have captured a substantial number of guns. Mr. President, regrettably, I cannot tick that. An A-star work in my mind is where the government would come to us and say that consequent upon the states of emergency, we have been able to not just arrest, but arrest, charge, and brought to court, and if possible, which will make it A-star, have the matter tried and found guilty X number of criminals. I cannot take that. And therefore, Mr. President, the fact that I am unable to take those very critical considerations then I have to look back at the application and the resume of the government to determine if this is in fact the best. And regrettably, 4 years later, I cannot say that the government has given me an A-star recommendation. Mr. President, one of the things, and I know Senator Damian Crawford spoke about it and Senator Motley, that we have not really looked at, or the government has not looked at, is the effect that states of emergency through detention has had on young people. I recall, Senator Allen, the experience of some of the members of my party when they went to Montego Bay and spoke to the various persons who were impacted. And I remember this mother who they spoke to. And she shared the trauma she was experiencing because her son, having been detained, she could not get any information, even with an attorney, from that son. Not only that, but the son, who was employed as a casual worker and not being able to show up to work, lost his job without any recourse. So what we're doing, and that is not just the only person. So essentially what we're doing then is we are creating a new set of problems, because the extended detention of these young persons have a negative impact on their lives. And believe it or not, the influence that they come under while in detention acts in some way as a leeway into getting into criminal activities. So, Mr. President, regrettably, I don't believe that we have spent sufficient time to look at the social implications that these states of emergency have on persons. Senator Braham spoke about, in the meantime, we need to ensure the safety. And in the meantime, we need to do this, and in the meantime, we need to do that. And I agree, because something has to be done. But the government has 3 years of in the meantime. And I am not impressed with what the government has done in the meantime with those 3 years. And even without getting into the constitutional debate, the fact is that the government has a duty to show not just us on this side, but all Jamaicans, that it is serious about crime fighting. And it can't show us that seriousness by solely resorting to states of emergency. Because after 3 years of states of emergency, the evidence is unequivocal that the states of emergency are not creating the kind of impact that the government envisions. And then, Mr. President, I want to touch on something. And I have said it on several occasions. My dear friend, Senator Samudo, before he became minister, spoke a lot about the different approaches and the different things that are being done in terms of crime fighting. But the evidence of the pudding is in the eating. After 3 years, I should not be driving on the road, and every time I hear a bike, I have to look through my mirror to see if it's me they're coming for or what is happening. And that is my reality. And it becomes even more startling when I have the boys with me, because I don't know what is going to happen or when anything is going to happen. And I don't think I trouble nobody, you know. I don't think so, but it is a reality. And the government, in my mind, had 3 years to show us the effectiveness of the state of emergency, and has not done that. And therefore, it is challenging for the government to come back to us, haven't given the government 3 years to come back to us to say, give me another bite at the cherry. It is challenging, I must admit. But I want to go to something else that predates the states of emergency. And Senator Braham, it is called the Law Reforms Zones of Special Operations. And a number of the senators here were here then when this act was passed. And I want to read from the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. And this is what it says. It says, crime in Jamaica is a multidimensional problem that requires a multifaceted response. Tick, we agree with that, the right words, which is why Senator Floyd Morris has always spoken about the need for social workers, which is why Senator Crawford spoke about the need to encourage and to make your police force confident and comfortable. And that is why Lamy is always talking about the need to ensure that they are protected vis-a-vis their salaries. It continues that the homicide rate remains among the highest in the Caribbean region, averaging 40 per 100,000 within the year 2000. It went on, and it spoke about the various types of crime, the high crime situation in Jamaica as a result of the combination of factors including imports of illegal firearms, financial fraud, including Ponzi scheme, and lottery scams, and the illegal narcotic shipment. But this is the part that I want to share with the senators. It says that this act, which we commonly call the Zozo Act, should not have the negative impact on Jamaica, which could likely occur if a declaration of a state of public emergency was made.
That's in the object.
This is in the Memorandum of Objects. It says this act, speaking about the Zozo Act, should not have the negative impact on Jamaica, which could likely occur if a declaration of a state of public emergency was made. Consequently, I'm coming to that. Consequently, this bill seeks to balance the need for security and the need for giving the members of the JCF and the JDF certain essential powers that are required to address serious crimes on the one hand and upholding the rule of law and protecting the fundamental rights and freedoms of citizens on the other hand. Signed, Andrew Holness, Prime Minister.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
2017. Who signed it?
Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica.
What?
And why do I read that, Mr. President? I thought it was important. Because perhaps unlike some of the senators who weren't in the Senate at the time, I was, and I recall the conversation, and I recall that the government side spoke about the benefits to be derived under Zozo because of the social engagement that will take place. And I hand it to the government. In areas where we have seen Zozo declared, we have seen the social engineering or re-engineering taking place, slowly, but there's some positive taking place. And therefore, it begs the question, Mr. President, if the evidence is clear, palpable, that Zozo has worked, and Zozo is working, and has the support of the opposition. In fact, we just, wasn't there just a joint select committee reviewing the Zozo? Then I am curious as to why not extend Zozo in these areas. Because in my mind, and giving credit to the government, Zozo recognized that in dealing with crime and violence, you have to take a multidimensional approach. So you have the social side, you have the police side, and you have the strengthening of the judiciary. So if it works, why not continue? Because if one recalls how Zozo was supposed to operate, it operates with the Prime Minister acting upon the advice of the head of the JDF commander and the police commander. Is that so, Senator Bunting? So the information comes from the base up, and the Prime Minister acting upon their advice would then declare an error for Zozo. And it has worked. I remember not too long ago, there was an upsurge in crime and violence in the Pepin division. And everybody, not just the political directorate, everybody, civil society said, give us Zozo. Because they understood the importance of the police presence. And they understood the importance of the presence of the soldiers. But at the same time, Mr. President, they also understand the importance of the social re-engineer that comes with the Zozo. Because make no doubt, you know, Mr. President, make no doubt, you could have 1 million JDF and police on your street. It is not going to solve the belly of crime, because the evidence is clear that crime and violence stems largely from the fact that a lot of persons in some of these communities have no choice because of the social decay that is taking place in our communities. And if we want to stem crime and violence, we have to go back to the basic. Senator Crawford spoke about the role of the church, which I support. But in tandem with that, we have to go back. We have to create jobs. We have to let people know that there is another option available to them apart from crime and violence. We have to let the mothers know. We have to let the mothers know that you don't have to send your daughter to the Don when she turned 14 or 15, because there's another option, whether it means that we have our social workers on the ground and government is going to provide some kind of funding or grant so that alternate accommodation can be had. I have heard stories about mothers who overnight move out of communities, who overnight move their children out of communities, their females especially, to protect them from the Dons. Last week we spoke about the Trafficking in Person Act. Some of these same girls become victims of trafficking, jumping out of the fire, out of the pot and into the fire. That is the reality, Mr. President. And so, Mr. President, it is my position that a better way can be found. A better way outside of the states of emergency can be found. And I am commending to the government to use the opportunity to engage not just the opposition, but all of civil society. Let us bring everybody back to the table. Let us go back to the conference center consensus, if you want to call it that. Senator Bunting, maybe the Vale Royal talks. That is how we're going to do it. It can't be that a state of emergency is declared and at the opportune moment our support is sought. It can't be that a state of emergency is called and the persons who are most impacted are not engaged at the table. Because at the end of the day, fighting crime and ending this scourge, this tumor that all of us experience one way or another is going to require the input and the participation of everybody. Not just the government, everybody. And to do that, to get everybody at the table, there has to be a level of credibility, a level of comfort, and a level of authenticity. And regrettably, Mr. President, I am not seeing any of that. I do hope that the government will use the opportunity not to beg, not to beseech, but to engage in a meaningful way all of us, because at the end of the day, the state of emergency, which is a tool or the tool, rise and fall with all of us. But most importantly, what occurs with crime and violence is going to rest on all of us. Because we, as legislators, as members of civil society, have that burden. And that burden is best discharged when persons believe that there is a place at the table for constructive dialogue. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fraser Binns, and we'll now have Senator Leslie Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may say, like a certain king to one of his wives, I shan't be long. Mr. President, our Constitution was written at a time when our murder rate was 3.7 per 100,000. Would those who wrote the Constitution be happy or satisfied with our murder rate at 12 times that figure it was in July 1962 when they pulled together this Constitution? Would they be satisfied that with that figure that it did not constitute an emergency? The answer which comes back for me is a resounding yes. They would so consider it an emergency. And it's difficult to understand why the argument is coming across as if it is anything other than that. To treat it as anything else would be to say that we are normalizing murder. Is that how insensitive we have become? How uncaring? That our murder rate, running at 60 or thereabouts per 100,000, and then we say, well, pretty much I know nothing. Because if my friends this evening, because when we come to the vote, it will be evening, say, no, that is, we are normalizing murder. If we go to Lebanon or Syria or any one of those states, or Afghanistan where the US has just vacated, they do not have the murder rate that we have. And we're prepared to be flippant and prepared to ride roughshod over the arguments as presented by the advocates for this resolution. I make no apologies, Mr. President, in saying that I support this resolution. And is it that I do not care about what happens to the people who get picked up? Absolutely not. Those are the people who more often than not who get picked up because by the nature of our society. And I was very happy to see that Dr. Phillips found his way on the road to Damascus and was prepared to say that we, in essence, we should be held responsible for how we have conducted the business of this country. And I asked my friends this afternoon to be guided by what Dr. Phillips said, to come to the point where they accept that if they do anything other than be guided by what he said, history will not be kind to them. Because we must so conduct the business of this Parliament so that every citizen benefits and benefits to the full extent that they ought to. If we do otherwise, we are guilty of a very, very serious crime because it can't be classified as anything else. Do be reminded that we have a serious issue to deal with, and that is the government of the day has an obligation to protect every citizen. And how do we say to those who are injured that we don't think what is happening amounts to an emergency, when we know intellectually that it is dishonest to do otherwise? And let me just go to the you know what we are described? The planet's most murderous country. That was how we were described in 2017. Earth's highest violent death rate for women. Almost 10 times as murderous as the world average. And we are saying, I know nothing, it's not an emergency. A total of 20,642 murders in 15 years, 2004 through 2018, or 51%, 51 per 100,000. No other country, not officially at war, has seen such a high sustained murder rate. To paraphrase the famous novel, cry, my murderous country. Even more terrifying are the more regularly barbaric acts that we've had. In 2005, Barnes Avenue massacre, where thugs threw Molotov cocktail bombs into a house and stood guard with automatic weapons to prevent anyone aiding the 3 adults and child being burnt alive. The July 2011, and I know this one very well and it pains me, Lauriston beheading of Charmaine Rattray and her 19-year-old daughter by invading gunmen. And I know Lauriston very well. I happen to have been involved in that particular part of the world. The October 2016 March Pen massacre, where 2 adults and 3 children were shot, killed, and their homes torched. The August 2018 gang rape and murder and burning of 14-year-old Yatania Francis in Arnett Gardens. In 1962, Jamaica had 66 murders and a lower homicide rate than the United States. Our 2018 rate is more than 10 times that of 1962. And 10 times that of the United States. And what is happening, as I said earlier, our Constitution was written in the day, that time, when it was 3.7. And what has the UK done since that? The UK introduced a piece of legislation called the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. And the provisions which are contained in the Emergency Powers Act are too similar because to what we have. Because they recognize that they could not continue with the provisions as they were before. They do not have a so-called written constitution. So what they do is put in place ordinary legislation to deal with what they have to deal with. In our case, it is contained in the Constitution. So what? We must ignore the fact that we're having a growing problem and sit back and wring our hands and hope that the problem will go away. That's not the attitude of a responsible government. Well, well, that's a most regrettable argument, because I would expect, if the argument is being put that it is unconstitutional, in the very same way that we approached the court, the other side approached the court in relation to the NIDS legislation, that they would have gone and approached the court in relation to the matter of the constitutionality of the emergency powers. No such thing has been done. I'm sorry? No, man. You misunderstood what this case is all about. It has nothing to do with the Constitution. Well, I'm very happy to. But if you're talking about the matter of Davis and Noble, and that has nothing to do with the Constitution.
All right.
Be that as it may.
Come.
The fact is that we must get to the point where we accept that we are in the state of emergency. And in fact, we could very well describe it as a state of war. Indeed. And because that is what it is. It's worse than war. It's worse. So I'd ask my friends to avoid, we can go into, and run the stats and, yeah, we can do that. But let us get to the point where we say, has it worked? And I can run the numbers and show you that it has worked. Huh? You know that there are statistics. No.
Senator Campbell and
very well.
Senator Campbell,
I know
focus so that we can get through.
Yes, very well. And I did say I was going to be very short. But the numbers are pointing in the direction that it has worked. And my other colleagues will deal with the numbers. They're more competent. I'm not a mathematician. I don't claim anything there. No, I'm nothing of the sort. But safe to say that that's the only thing which can satisfy us, that murders have gone down in the periods when we've had the states of emergency. That's the only thing that we can point to that has worked to some degree. Yes, can we do more? Of course, there's more that can be done. But whilst those things are being done, legislation is being put in place. Hardware, software, all kinds of things, satellite, coastal imagery, all kinds of things being put in place to map things, and all of those things take time and they need to gel and be brought together. Against that background, I'd say to my friends, consider supporting the resolution before us so that it gives the government an opportunity to protect the people who are most vulnerable at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. Senator Brown.
Thank you, President. It's a long time I've not stood in this chamber and speak. But to ask me to...
I'm not going to take that to mean anything other than...
Just a long time.
You're going to stick to the point.
Right. You want to give the minister some time to leave? Let's give her some time to leave and then count my time from the time she have left.
Senator Brown,
I think she should be applauded for
you're not getting the extension.
The President. Mr. President. Let me make it clear, Mr. President, that the Constitution of Jamaica, which all of us swore to uphold and defend, gives Senator Campbell the right to his own opinion. It doesn't give you, however, the right to your own facts. And so I have heard you expound on the 1962 Constitution, as if to say that is the Constitution that applies today. I urge you to whisper to Senator Bryan and ask him whether or not in 2011 there was substantial change to the Constitution via the Charter of Rights. That was done by your government. Up to 2010 state of emergency, all it required to pass was a simple majority of the Parliament, simple majority of the House, simple majority of the Senate. Today the news said the spotlight is on the Senate because your party gave the Senate a veto power on matters of state of emergency. Mr. Siaga insisted that there be a two-thirds majority in the Parliament, knowing that the government could never have a two-thirds majority in the Senate. So the fact that we are here today and you are depending on an opposition member to vote for it, thank Mr. Siaga. Thank Mr. Siaga. Your party changed the Constitution to insist that there be a two-thirds vote in the Senate. And in a sense, what it called for is that the Senate, there should be dialogue between the government and the opposition. There should be dialogue between the government and the opposition in coming to consensus on matters like the state of emergency. And all the 5 speakers on this side have said so far is that that dialogue has not taken place. that dialogue is necessary. And you should reset this resolution. Carry out the dialogue. Carry out the dialogue so we can find a consensus on the path forward to fighting crime. So, Minister Campbell, your lack of knowledge of the constitutional arrangement says a lot. It says a lot. And so if I must judge by your knowledge of the Constitution, the rest of what you have said, I am going to discard much of what you said. Senator Webby, we are agreed that the security forces are our heroes in protecting us. But you know where those heroes were today? In their hundreds? Outside the Supreme Court. Complaining, demonstrating, and complaining that your government is not treating them properly. That's what they were doing today. And I want to make it clear, I support the law enforcement officers who demonstrated for justice today. You could get my vote, because that's the theme of my speech. You could get my vote for the state of emergency, notwithstanding the minister walking out again like a child. Childish is what they said. Somebody said nothing they're going to bring infamy for her because she's behaving like a child. Spoiled child. So, you could get my vote if the government motivate those police officers. And I put a proposal to you, Senator Gale. The overtime issue they face over this 5-day, 40-hour work week is something I've solved elsewhere. Firstly, in 1972, I was part of the strike at the University of the West Indies that ushered in the 5-day, 40-hour work week in Jamaica in 1973, April. So, for 48 years, from 73 to now, the police have been excluded from a government policy of 5-day, 40-hour work week. Senator Gale, at Kaiser, when Gramercy exploded, I negotiated a contract which says people would work overtime, but they wouldn't be paid for the overtime, but would put in their pay package a percentage that would cover for the overtime. I am recommending to the government the same approach to the police. If you agree that they're an average of 10 hours overtime, then put in, and that's 10 over 40, that's 25%, put in a 25% increase in their pay to cover for the overtime. Simple, easy, have been done already. So I repeat, let's give our heroes the respect. Let us not only praise them, but let us give them some raise. So I'm recommending, because we will do it.
Sorry, Senator Brown.
Yeah?
Senator Brown. I think you have made your point, and we're not discussing wages and so
I'm talking about
Senator Brown, just take it easy now, man. Take it easy. Just let us, yes. And he has made that comment already. So to keep going down and seeking to make recommendations is taking us outside. Is taking outside and taking us into irrelevance. So Senator Brown. Senator Brown.
President.
But
President.
No.
President.
But I'm just asking you, Senator Brown. No, I am being fair, Senator Bunting, and don't go down that road right now. I am just saying that Senator Brown has made his comment, and I think I've given him sufficient leeway to say how, but we're not into a debate about how you must go about settling and working out formulas and so forth. I think he has made his point, and if he continues going down that road onto irrelevance, then I'm going to interject. So, Senator Brown, emergency powers.
President, am I hearing you say
please.
that 25%
Senator
increase
Brown,
to the
Senator
security
Brown,
force is a waste of time?
I am not saying it is a waste of time,
Good.
but it is for another forum.
No.
So please, Senator Brown, I have ruled that you are going down an irrelevant path. I think you have made your point in respect to that aspect and in respect to motivation and so forth, and you have set out a formula, but that is not what we're debating today. So I'm just asking you, please, stick to what we have before us, which is the resolution dealing with the emergency extension of the state of emergency. Please, thank you.
Mr. President, the issue of the state of emergency, whether we have the police forces out there to implement them, it's important whether they are motivated or demotivated. It's important whether we incentivize them or not. I understand my suggestion to solve the demotivation problem makes the government look bad. Yeah. But my job is not to make the government look good. My job is to say to the people of the country, the state of emergency requires a motivated police force.
Good, and that is the point.
But
and
that's
you have
what I'm
made that
saying.
point. I don't want to work out formulas inside here about wages and so forth. That's all I'm asking you. So you have made the point. Thank you. Senator Bunting, you'll get your moment.
Mr. President,
Senator Bunting, if you just take it easy, please. Senator Brown, continue for me.
Thank you. Mr. President, the debate today, many speakers have been allowed to raise issues, including our policemen are our heroes. Yes. But I can't speak about the things that would make true heroes be respected. Mr. President, I'd like to crave your indulgence to give an indication of what some public commentators are saying about this state of emergency. Because it's important that we get a sense that we in this House, we in this Senate, there are others out there, and I just spare less than a minute of a clip that I think is relevant.
And I want you to listen carefully to your Prime Minister. Because first of all, when you listen to him, it's an admission.
Sorry, no. Senator Brown, just hold a second for me. Just hold a second.
I am holding a
second.
No, when I say hold, can you just turn that off a moment for me? Turn that off a moment for me, please.
Let me pause it.
You cannot, as I understand the standing orders, do that. You, as a person presenting, can make reference to and have use of your particular gadget, tablet, laptop, for the purpose of making reference to it. But not to.
No, Mr. President, standing order.
Yes.
82A6 says the use of laptops and other forms of technology as audio-visual aids. Audio-visual aids. He's using it as an audio aid to support parliamentary presentations. And he asked for your permission to use it. So he is well within the standing orders. So So please, he's not outside the standing order.
Yes, it says. Read it, Mr. Read it, continue reading it, Senator Bunting. Read it in its entirety.
He says, it says, may only be undertaken at the discretion of the president.
Yes.
Before he started, he asked for your discretion.
And now that I have seen where he has gone to, and I did not extend that discretion in his favor.
We are not surprised, Mr. President.
And you're not going to play.
You know, you didn't
Senator
tell
Brown
him.
is not going to be allowed to play one. I don't know if it's a voice note. I don't know. I have not heard it before. I don't know where it is coming from, whose comment is on it, what is the commentary that is on it.
But he prefaced it.
Yes, but I do not know, and because I do not know, I am not so exercising my discretion in his favor. And I'm saying that Senator Brown cannot play that voice note, whatever it is, because it has not been presented to me for me to determine whether it is appropriate.
All right,
and
Mr. President, Mr. President, you have ruled, and I am accepting your ruling. All I am saying, it was not outside the ambit of the standing orders. That was the point.
His approach was outside of the standing order because it was not presented to me before, and that is my ruling. Thank you very much. Move on, Senator Brown.
President, clearly the people who are watching this understand the presiding officers of our parliament are taking unto themselves the power to gag members of the Senate and the Parliament. But that's fine with me. In the other place, it was Luton Cousins. I will stick within the strictures of your interpretation of the standing orders. But suffice it to say that I share the views of Cliff Hughes, public commentator, who said that the result of this government to a state of emergency after 6 years in office is an admission, that's his word, an admission of failure of policies. I will never forget that leading to the 2016 election, the Prime Minister told us that we would be able to sleep with our doors and windows open. And crime would be brought down. A crime level which was lower in the 4 years of the PNP than any year of this administration. In other words, the highest level under Senator Bunting leadership in the national security, your lowest is still higher than that. And at that time, the now Prime Minister said crime was out of control. In fact, I recall a speech he made when he said, there's a lot we can do to bring murder down. There's a lot we can do. There's a lot we can do. And the last 6 years now allow us to test whether or not your government has done a lot to bring down murder. The stats which represent the loss of life of people says you have failed. So Cliff Hughes is right. Your policies have failed. And that's why you're now trying to resort to a state of emergency. So let me make some things clear, Mr. President. That admission of failure by the state of emergency, because that's what it is, require us to examine what are the things we need to do. I mean, the government boasts about investment. And my friend Senator Samuda said, we invest in cameras. But what is the purpose of a camera if it's not capturing pictures?
Are you saying they're watching the camera?
What is the purpose of a camera if it's not helping us to capture criminals? So we spend the money on these things. We spend the money on these things, but it's not showing the results. And we boast about the spending. Senator Webby, you know as a businessman, it's not how much you spend, it's the effect of the spend. So again, failed policy. Getting up and grandstanding. 5 of the speakers on this side available have indicated that they are not supporting the state of emergency resolution extension. That leave myself and Senator Bunting. You could have got my vote. You could have got my vote. You could have got my vote if you treat the police better and give them the 25% adjustment. You could have got my vote if you took this through the CMAC process. The CMAC is the equivalent of the EPAC, you know, Senator Webby, which played such an important part in the economic recovery. So we put this CMAC together, involving private sector, unions, academic, both parties. So if we had come, you think you have a problem with the academic? So if we had come together through CMAC and discuss this state of emergency, Senator Webby, Senator Bryan would have taken a national approach rather than a partisan approach to solving this issue. And therefore, I say to you, if you had done that, you would have got my vote. But you never do that. Second issue, why you can't get my vote on this one, because I've voted for extension in the past, is if the opposition said to you, we have some constitutional issues with your state of emergency, what a good prime minister would do is call the opposition in, sit down with them and say, let's hear your views about the constitutionality. Let us bring in some experts on both sides, work it through, and find a common position which would allow us on both sides, and as a national approach, to say we agree on these things and we believe it's constitutional. That's what happened with the NIDS last week. But before that, you try and push it through. And we had to challenge you. And for the record, Senator Campbell, there's a challenge to the constitutionality of the whole SOE that is currently before the court. There is such one. And Michael Hilton is representing the plaintiff. So I won't go into further on that other than to say, this is being challenged. And I heard the opposition leader in the other place say, we have an opinion, a legal opinion about the constitutionality of these measures here. A wise prime minister. Are you Lawson Shearer? And Michael Manley. Maybe Edward Siaga. Certainly a PJ Patterson would say, let us come together. Sister P, of course, would have done that. Let's come together and the both sides try to trash out the differences. Senator Gale knows that's what we do with employers all the time to get to agreement. What is wrong with having that dialogue? What is wrong with having that dialogue? What is wrong with working with the PSOJ, the Chamber of Commerce, and those in the CMAC, with the unions and others? What's wrong with that? If we love Jamaica so much and you want us to cooperate, you don't have to beg us She's gone? Rodriguez Gamble. She's gone too? She's one of the motor? She stepped out too, yeah. You don't have to beg us. You don't have to beg us. It's our duty to work as an opposition with the government to see how we can find consensus. That's what they did with the infrastructure bill in America. Both sides reaching across the aisles, solving issues, not dictating, not telling us whether it's constitutional or not. So if you took the approach of CMOC, if you took the approach of consultative approach, you would get my vote. But when you put out, President, a messenger to tell me you don't need to consult with the opposition on the constitutionality, you don't need to bring the legal people together. When you put out a messenger who is notorious, who has a track record of saying, we may have to abrogate, abridge, and infringe the Constitution, and you put out that person to tell me this is constitutional? When your messenger is notorious about track record of saying the bail bill, we should experiment with it, but the court says the bail bill as it was unconstitutional, that messenger can't influence me. When you put out a messenger who was wrong on needs constitutionality, who went to court and argued the constitutionality of needs, and the judges say needs, the entire bill has to be struck down for being unconstitutional. You don't convince me to vote for this when that is the messenger you put forward. And when you put forward a messenger who signed an undated letter of resignation as a senator, and the court had to strike that down, that person doesn't have a credibility on the issue of the Constitution. So, and by the way, when that person goes to court and argue that the detention was constitutional, and the courts rule, no, it's not constitutional under the SOE, that person can't be a messenger.
But even that clock, that is not working.
It's right some of the time, 2 times a day. But this is wrong every time of the day. So, Senator Webby, when you and I have a difficulty at the workplace, we sit down and we work it through. The same thing should apply in the political sphere and the governance of the country. So, I would like to vote for this extension, but I can't vote for it when the constitutionality is being challenged and we have no discussion around it. No discussion. No come together. Come meet me at Vale Royal. Come meet me at Jamaica House. Let's go somewhere and talk. You know, Senator Webby, and Senator Gale will understand this. There's a saying amongst a group of people that the dinner at Mina played a big part in bringing the opposition leader and the Prime Minister together. And hence we got the national consensus on crime. So we need another dinner at Mina. You can reap them covered. I'm sure the Patriot Cheese would not refuse to provide dinner for our leaders. But we must come together. This one-upmanship. President, I'd like to support this extension. But when the Prime Minister says we didn't have enough people in Westmoreland, where 2 people were killed during the state of emergency at a peace management function, then I have to ask myself, is it a PR or is it a real SOE? So the issue for me is I can't support it when it's clear that the logistics required to support the state of emergency is not in place. When we take the case of the alleged murder in East Kingston, a state of emergency area, and the man is alleged to have shot 2 police and escaped. One who thought the state of emergency would have curtailed it. Just as President, I thought that last night the state of emergency would have prevented the 7 murders committed in Jamaica. 7 murders last night. Yesterday 6 o'clock into this morning, 6 o'clock. 7 murders. Confirmed by the police. Some in state of emergency areas, some outside. But the Gleaner told me this morning, told the nation this morning, that when the state of emergency has been announced, the people are looking for flee the state of emergency areas. So don't be surprised if outside of those state of emergency. It's all right, whether it's accurate or not, I leave it to you. One thing I know is that we're going over 150 to 1 with the dollar. And that's accurate. Your prediction has come true. Mr. President, in terms of my support for the extension of the state of emergency, I would like to see what is called key performance indicators, KPIs put in place. I'd like to know that we agree we need to get in X amount of the guns. We need to reduce, using the anti-gang legislation, so many gangs. We need to require bullets. We need to improve the clear-up rates. Which brings me to the point Senator Webber made. Who defend the rights of the victims? And there are victims I know. The pan chicken man over Brayton. I buy chicken from him. I buy pork from him. He was killed. The girl in Mona is a friend of the family who was shot while going to work one morning. So I know some of the victims. Where I live in Portmore, behind my house, there's a killing of a man. So I am concerned about the victims, because any of us in here could be victims too. But guess what, Senator Webber? Or we give back the rights to the victims and their family is by investigating, finding the people who robbed the store in Santa Cruz, finding the people who killed, bringing them to Justice Council Campbell and Council Bryan. That's how we defend the rights of the victim. And you know whose responsibility it is? The government. The government. So the thousands, the hundreds that have died, our governments have failed them. When we have a clear-up rate, year to date, of 38%, what do we mean by clear-up? Somebody attribute to the murder. Like His Excellency would have wanted to posthumously charge criminally. We arrest somebody. We don't even come to conviction yet. And the conviction rate is extremely low. So I want to see us lifting the conviction rate, lifting the clear-up rate. That's the way we treat with rights for the victims. Because sadly, we can't bring them back alive. And Senator Hill, we saw an example of that yesterday. A black man running down the street in Brunswick, Georgia, was set upon by 3 white men. And they killed him, in part, their lawyer said, because he had long, dirty toenails, and he didn't wear any socks. But you know what the state did there? They brought justice for his mother and his father and for his family. Those men were convicted. That is how we deal with the rights of the victim and their family. So when Miss Cooper said, that's Ahmad Arbery's mother said, my son can now rest in peace because justice has come. But justice is the duty of the government, the duty of the state. And sadly, we, the government, have failed the victims. It's not a victim right versus my son right.
Time has expired.
Mr. President, given that the Speaker's time has expired, requesting that he be given sufficient time to finish his presentation.
The question is that the Speaker be given an extended time to complete his presentation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Guys, have it continue.
Thank you, and I won't be long, because I want to vote and go home. I'll soon tell you how I'm going to vote. Mr. President, it's not about the victim's right versus the rest of us' rights. But my son, my cousin, your brother, child, could be victims. Could be victims. I've just been arrested. My son told me this morning, driving me here, I'm saying, you know, there's somebody in the neighborhood I have not seen for about 6 months. Last night I saw that person, and we were standing outside my gate talking. What if, I don't know what he has done for the last 6 months. What if the police came and hold him? Him likely to hold me too? And what if some area that I frequent, there's a murder there? Then I become the clear-up target. That's the reality we face, Senator Abraham. Both sides, both sides. Those who are victims and those who are innocent. Because the innocent have rights too. We can address the victims by better policing, by better direction, by a more strategic approach in solving crime. That's what we need to do. And so, Mr. President, my KPIs would talk about the guns, the gangs, the clear-up, and the conviction rates. And I come back, Mr. President, to the fact that I am motivated by a motivated police force. Yeah. And I make no apology in saying we can solve the overtime problem and we can solve the pay problem. I'm not going to give you, again, President, the formula. I'm not going to give you the formula. But the media already here, and the police already here, and the government has already here that you could do a 25%. But I'm not going there because you said don't go there. Not going there because you said don't go there. Mr. President, the murder rate in the country is too high. But we're now trying to turn this into a permanent emergency. If the emergency power, and I endorse everything Senator Crawford said about the state of emergency for nearly 3 years, I've left the guns out there. I've left the guns out there. So if you really want a state of emergency that gets my support, get the guns. Get the guns. Because the gun that killed that policeman in Nagotown is still out there. President, I don't know how many people in their life in Jamaica has ever gone to a place called Albert Town in Trelawney. I have been there. I have been there. Great people like A.U. Belinfanti come from Albert Town, and many others who we may not even call. But I see a video of young boys in the town of Albert Town being gunned down. Being gunned down. Being gunned down in a quiet Albert Town. You talk about Naga Town in Witton. And I don't even know if I've gone to Westmoreland many times. I don't even know where Naga Town is. But a young policeman is killed there. Is killed there. And the guns, when guns reach Albert Town, guns reach Naga Town, you know guns are everywhere. So we need to get the guns. We need to get the guns. And before Senator Matthew Samola come and tell me that in the last 3 years, which include no SOE, the St. James Police have recovered 300 weapons. I'd like to compare it with times before SOE, because we were running at what, 500 a month, Senator Bunting, recovery of weapons. Right? The record is there. I don't need to go into, I take your thing. I don't need to go into the stats. But you get the point. If you get the guns and the bullet, we will save lives. That's how we save lives, not by talking. Because talking get us 7 murders last night. Because the guns weren't removed. And the Saturday the 11th, that's the date, 12. That first Saturday when it's after the state of emergency declared, into Sunday, there were 12 murders. Those 12 lives weren't saved by the SOE. Nor the 7 yesterday. So I ask you, how can we help you to reduce murders? How can we work across the aisles together to resolve it? And I say to you, CMOC, Crime Monitoring Oversight Committee, let's work there. Let the opposition leader be called in by the Prime Minister, and let us work to fix the constitutional challenges. If we take that approach, we'll find unanimity. But today, I will exercise my veto power given to me by the JLP in changing the Constitution to say no, because they believed that they were going to be in opposition forever, so they wanted that power. So I will take the power Mr. Siaga handed me in the Charter of Right to say no, and to encourage what was behind that capacity to say no: dialogue, consultation, compromise, consensus building. And therefore, Mr. President, I don't believe we need permanent emergencies because we're normalizing murder. I believe we need skillful policing, smart policing. We need to use technology. And so I'd like to recommend to the absent House Leader, but I know she's listening in the back. She just don't like to see me talk. But she will listen to me talk. I'm recommending to the absent House Leader a withdrawal of the resolution. A withdrawal of the resolution. And then pursue the type of dialogue that I said. If you feel you need, in the meantime, Senator Brown, go back to the GG and say, I didn't get the extension in the House, but can you give me another 14 days? That's possible. And in that 14 years, start over, then nuevo. And in that 14 days, Let us engage in earnest dialogue. Let us work towards a consensus position as to how we go forward. Like Lieutenant Cousins, I believe the police and the soldiers can work together, can storm communities, can swarm communities without the need for SOE, because the soldiers and the police are already in communities working without the SOE. I want to see murder down. I want to see a country that is peaceful. I want to be able to walk freely from downtown to Papine or to Constant Spring. But sadly, Mr. President, I saw a notice put out by the Commissioner of Police following the 12 murder day, in which he spoke about increasing murders, and the police need to go harder as of Friday into the weekend. And hear what I want to say now, because I don't know why Senator Gale, Mr. Siaga, has come up in my thoughts. Mr. Siaga used to say, and the president now, who is taking over, will recall. Mr. Siaga used to say, hope is not a strategy. Hope is not a strategy. And when I read what the commissioner writes, I'm saying, but Commissioner, you look like you're adopting hope as a strategy. Hope as a strategy. And it seems to me the 13 who will vote for the state of emergency is also adopting hope as a strategy. Take it from your former leader. It doesn't work. But you know what works? Working across the aisles, working together. And you know what is a pity as I close? My friend Senator Samuda was in that mood this morning of being cooperative, working together. And then when it comes to close the debate now, it will be a different Minister Samuda. Was it you who said Jekyll and Hyde, my friend Senator Bunting? Put this way, President. As the sixth speaker on this side, I have indicated what could have gotten me to vote. Sadly, you have not given it to me. And when one of your members get up and was condescending, that she was begging us, as if we're not smart and wise enough. In fact, it came across as mocking. I shall not vote for the extension, but I recommend you go back for the next 14 days and let the dialogue proceed. All of that is like the story that is told, Mr. President, of two little boys who decided to challenge a professor as to the professor knew everything. They wanted to challenge the professor. So they got a bird, Senator Gale.
Got a what?
A bird.
Bird.
Bird. Had the bird in their hand and put their hands behind their back and said to the professor.
Hold on, I'm trying to understand. The bird was in their hand behind their back.
They put the bird, as a lawyer, you understand this.
What kind of bird?
Just a little bird.
Little bird.
Just a little bird. They have the bird. They have the bird in their hand. And they said to the professor, is the bird dead or alive? If the professor says alive, they will squeeze the neck of the bird and kill the bird. If the professor says dead, they will release the bird.
So the answer,
the
answer the professor should have given was neither dead
I will
nor
tell
alive.
You no, I'll tell you what the professor said.
I don't know. This is a story now.
President,
the bird, young boy, is neither alive nor dead.
No.
It is just a bird.
No. Sorry, Pedro.
You finish your contribution. You want to finish the story?
The answer of the professor was, my sons, it is in your hands. And I say to the government, It is
no,
in
can
your
I, you know, I'm not
hands. May it
intervening.
please
I
you.
don't want to intervene in your presentation, but that was an anticlimax. Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Next speaker, please. They will recognize whatever it is they need to recognize. Senator Gill, I only wish to draw your attention to the time of the day before I call on you.
Thank you, President.
Having done that, thank you, Senator Brown, and as I said earlier, welcome back after your brief absence. Mr. Senator, President General, thank you.
Thank you, President. You know, I'm mindful, President, of the time of the day.
There's a big difference between a Vice President and a President General, you know. So.
Thank you again, President. You know, I welcome the opportunity to speak in this evening around this resolution, and much has been said. Mr. President, I want to start my presentation by making a statement. He who does not prevent a crime when he can encourages it. And if we are going to effectively reduce and prevent crime, there has to be a balance of tough enforcement measures with targeted, effective, and intervention approaches. So one size does not fit all. And I agree with the sentiment expressed that it has to be varying approaches in terms of fighting crime. Truth of the fact is that crime is now the main public safety issue for Jamaicans and a significant threat to the country's human and economic development. President, in Jamaica, crime locations have become predictable. Violent crimes are concentrated in known areas. These locations vary in population, and the core function of the activities are in some very hot spots that are vulnerable, and you have pervasive risk factors such as drugs, guns, gangs, and there's something that we are grappling with, the very high unemployment rate. And if we can't create employment for some of these young persons to give them opportunities, then they are going to turn to the gangs. Crime prevention, sir, is a long-term goal, whereas crime reduction is an immediate need. Some crime prevention responses work, others may not. Some are promising, others have not been adequately tested. Some programs may fail to prevent or reduce risk factors for crime. But I want to say, sir, the success of many programs designated as crime prevention is often hard to measure. Consequently, what work is based on the preponderance of evidence showing that a program is effective in preventing crime or reducing risk factors for crime in specific social context which is evaluated. Therefore, President, a rigorous testing can help to provide guidance about what works. And I want to suggest to us, evaluation is also important to effectively allocating resources. Mr. President, we need to test this initiative and give it all the support that it requires before making a determination that it's not working. And I want to suggest to us that what we need to do is to put the measures in place and then give it the adequate support and reinforcement to evaluate it. But it makes no sense that we are deliberating and we are suggesting that it's not working without giving it the opportunity for it to work. Let me reaffirm a position that I've taken at one of my presentations already in this debate. A state of emergency is a legitimate security measure that provides immediate reduction on criminal violence. It is a strategic tool that saves the lives, reduces homicides rapidly, and provides reprieve to families who live in a permanent state of fear because of the brutality and the brazen acts of criminals. Mr. President, the country is dealing with a very exceptional circumstance. Extreme. On the nightly television news, there are tears and recriminations from family members, and curious neighbors gather to stare at the scene of yet another murder. President, we are here from this morning. It is dark outside. There are some communities right now that are in fear of what may happen. There are some communities that are drawing blockades of the fear of drive-by shootings. There are some communities that shops have to be closed. There are some communities, President, that the young ones can't go to shop. They can't go out freely. They can't even stand at their gate because of what may happen. Mr. President, our citizens must not live in that type of fear. And you know, while Jamaica fights its way through a daunting third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, another insidious, seemingly intractable trend continues: the rising homicide rate. Mr. President, it has been represented. The different divisions, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. James, in other areas where we are having these gang violence, these murder, robberies, rape. Mr. President, the Regional Crime Investigative Reporting Organization, Inside Crime, reported that Jamaica had the highest murder rate in the Latin American Caribbean region in 2020, at 46.5 per 100,000, ahead of Venezuela and Honduras. That's nothing to be proud of. Every time there's a spike in the murder rate of a high-profile crime, as was the case with, recently we had 4 families. Now we spoke about the 7 that died. And Jamaicans expressed deep concern in social media. President, one person said, we really need to do something about crime. We're going to keep acting like it's normal. Another person suggested, it's fine for people to say that the crime situation is entrenched and won't change. But the fact is, it's got to change. We cannot just throw up our hands and say, it's the gangs. Men, women, children are suffering and dying. At least that's the way that person saw it. Mr. President, we have to change that. The issue of fighting crime is not a JLP or a PNP matter. It's not an issue that we must fiddle with or play dice. We cannot afford, as sensible parliamentarians, to create our own gang war inside here. If we must pick a side, let us pick a side to fight against crime. And in this fight against crime, Mr. President, in the fight against crime, we don't need a legislative deadlock. Whilst the situation on the grounds remains stagnant. And I've heard the argument, that who to vote and what we're voting for. The Jamaican people, depend on us to make the necessary changes for their own protection. And so, we cannot continue to, we don't need this conflict of a blame game. I've heard the arguments about who was in power, who was Minister of National Security, and what the statistics were. The target must be set not about the statistics when you were in power, but how we must set targets to reduce crime and murder. So we must not come here and talk about statistics. Statistics don't help. Pointing fingers in terms of numbers don't help. Defending your responsibility and when you were Minister of National Security then does not help. Why are we speaking about that? Let us speak about what we need to do to reduce crime. Well, you see, the fact of the matter, is that you have been defending yourself without even rising to your feet. When we argue inside here and we cannot agree what we are doing, it is harboring the violence, and there can be no real change, only more of the same. More violence, more murder, more destruction of lives, and more destruction of livelihoods. Mr. President, our role in God Knows is to provide insights, suggestions, and offer a better way of doing things to ground more radical and feasible ideas in the war against crime. When we finish this debate, we must say and agree that the 21 of us would have rocked the boat. Yes. Yeah. That's what the people of Jamaica are looking to us in this house to do. Mr. President, we have to take the bull by the horn. We have to grasp the leash or the rein. We have to take control. We have to tackle the underlying issues. Let us just for one moment remove the party alignment and look specifically at the direction that the people want us to take. Let us determine what is the real objective. The real objective is to fight crime. The real objective is to set an example so that those who are watching us have the confidence that we are putting every effort in place to make Jamaica a safe place to be. That's the real objective. Mr. President, I, for one, would agree that it requires consensus. It requires a bipartisan agreement, with us being unified in the resolve to deal with the scourge against crime and supporting the swift and deliberate implementation of an agreed set of actions. Mr. President, it requires a whole government approach where every ministry and every agency come together and put as part of its strategic initiative that we are supporting the fight against crime. Mr. President, I've heard the argument about the consensus on crime, and it was signed by major stakeholders. The PSOJ, and it was said that they believe in the state of emergency. It is not the single tool. It has to be complemented with others, but the fact of the matter is that it is a strong measure, a strong enforcement measure that has to be utilized. So, President, let us shift the focus a little bit. Let us unite for the required change. There's the acknowledgement that law enforcement activities on its own does not provide the adequate response to crime and violence. It represents a multi-level public health crime prevention perspective. That is, a deliberate and focused strategy which coordinates law enforcement, improvement in the justice system, and social development programs. Senator Braham indicated earlier that you can't only have the social development program on the one hand. It has to be supported by the strong measures. There has to be a balance. And President, it should be noted that although the security is a state mandate, many crime prevention interventions result from not only informal, but formal practices and programs. So no single strategy is sufficient to prevent and reduce crime. President, the JCF, they must continue to reduce all levels of crime in the country to ensure citizens are safe in their homes and communities. They must continue to place special attention on reducing murderers, emphasizing coordinated counter-gang operations. And I'm calling for an aggressive road policing with detailed, systematic, and sustained patrol on streets and public spaces. I want to see more police on the street. I want to see more police in communities. And when people see the presence of more police, it gives confidence that there is support. So we want to see increase the visibility of uniform patrols and police presence in communities and commercial areas to provide the reassurance to the citizens. President, I want to commend our policemen and women for the work. And I know that they face continuous challenges. Let us, however, find the most appropriate way to recognize and reward them for their valiant efforts. And I want to urge, Mr. President, with all the challenges that they are facing, I want to urge meaningful discussions with their respective federations so that they may be effectively rewarded. I understand the challenges that I understand the challenges. But President, one of the, Senator Brown, you spoke about the KPIs. And yes, KPIs, I believe, should be set. Targets that are achievable. And once they achieve those targets, I think they can be justly rewarded. Senator Brown, you spoke very long, and it may have been for the 2 weeks that you were not here, you tried to make up ground today. Yes. But you know a good thing that would be done? You know a good thing that would be done, Senator Brown? You would be a great example to this country if you voted today in favor of this. The entire Jamaica would look at you differently. And Senator Bunting, you're next to speak. And I'm encouraging you, even if it means divine intervention for you to support us. If that can help, that should help. Mr. President, I am committing my support to this initiative. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gale. Mr. Marshall, assist Senator Bunting with the chair, please.
I'm okay, thank you.
You're good? Thank you very much. Senator Bunting, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, as I listened to the presentation of Senator Gale, I was reminded of a saying which is attributed to Carl Sandburg. Carl Sandburg. Yes. Let me continue. If the facts are against you, argue the law. If the law is against you, argue the facts. If the law and the facts are against you, pound the table and yell like hell. And I think you did an excellent job of pounding the table and yelling like hell. But what is interesting is that even an eminent lawyer like the former Attorney General didn't argue the law. The people, the numbers persons like Senator Webby didn't argue the facts. But almost everybody was really just going for an emotive hook. And you know, Senator Webby, you spoke to, and others of your colleagues have mentioned the divine intervention comment that I made when I was minister. And you know, every time we go to church, every time we say a prayer here in this chamber, we're indeed asking for divine intervention. So I'm really puzzled as to why divine intervention seems so unusual. But you are right, I was very emotional. And, you know, I would use the opportunity to give some context. And there were a number of reasons. I was emotional because my mother had died a few days previously. I was emotional because I was speaking at a church service at NCU for fallen members of the police and the military. I was emotional, and the particular reference to divine intervention was because we had a heinous murder that week, where a father had murdered his wife and 2 children. And the context was that you couldn't have enough police, and no matter how hard the police had worked in that domestic situation, only divine intervention could have intervened, not anything by the security forces. But separate and apart from all of that, I was emotional because I feel very passionate about this topic. I know how important it is. I have been at way too many murder scenes. I've attempted to comfort way too many mothers who have lost their children. I've seen them washing the blood out of their homes. And, you know, I am happy to be criticized for anything, whether style or content. But what I try and give my colleagues the benefit of, I assume that all of us are here genuinely trying to do what we believe is best in the interest of the Jamaican people. And so I start by taking on this, what I would probably call a false dichotomy or a false dilemma, which presents a choice between two mutually exclusive options, implying that there are no other options. So the dichotomy is, so what about the rights of the victims? As if in order to protect the rights of the victims, you need to deprive the rights of citizens. So it's presented as if there are only two options. You can't be strong on crime and strong on rights. I reject that dichotomy as false. You can't have saturation policing without a state of emergency. I reject that false dichotomy. And of course, the most famous one of all, you can't sleep with your windows and doors open unless you vote for the GLP. All false dichotomies. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, rather, in December 2018, the opposition, I was then in the House, voted against the extensions of the states of emergencies, which were then in force. In January 2019, a delegation of opposition members, led by the leader of the opposition, met with the Prime Minister and his team at Vale Royal to discuss cooperation in fighting crime. We had obtained and we shared a legal opinion from an eminent Queen's Counsel, then with the government side, and said, here are the reasons why we feel this serial and routine use of states of emergency is unconstitutional. And I want to share a couple paragraphs from that opinion. It says, when the Governor General declares a state of public emergency pursuant to Section 20 of the Constitution, he is effectively invoking wartime powers. That's like martial law. The section allows him to do so in two circumstances. A, if Jamaica is about to go to war with a foreign state, and B, if action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community or any substantial portion of the community of supplies or services essential to life. And the third occasion, of course, when this can be the state of public emergency, or in this case it will be called a period of public disaster, is if the Governor General is satisfied that a period of public disaster has arisen as a result of the occurrence of any earthquake, hurricane, flood, fire, outbreak of pestilence, outbreak of infectious disease, or other calamity, whether similar to the foregoing or not. And what is common to all three of those is that there is a presumption that the civil authorities or institutions are unable to function normally. So when we're getting into the semantics of whether do we really have an emergency or is it a serious problem, or what, what levels of murder we have relative to international or regional norms, we're really missing the point. The provision of these states of public emergency or public disaster are to provide for a period of time when the civil authorities or institutions are unable to function normally. Now, what is interesting, as an earlier speaker mentioned, is that even though we've lost more people have died to COVID, to this pandemic, than have been lost to murder over the last year or so, over the same period. But yet, the government has chosen not to ask the Governor General to declare a period of public disaster, and instead have used the DRMA, which never contemplated this protracted use. So we're forced to ask the question, why? Is it because had they used that constitutional provision, it would have involved the opposition? But then there needed to be no fear that the opposition would support, because we volunteered our support early in the day when the pandemic hit. The opinion, and let me just say, I'm going to switch now to the judgment of Justice Morrison, because again, it's not for us, the lay persons, to interpret what emergency means. It's ultimately for the court, but we have our responsibility as legislators as well. But in this case, in section 138 of the judgment, this is the Everton Douglas et al. Versus the Minister of National Security et al. And in section 138, Justice Morrison says, in applying the principles of law of the Constitution, primarily, such a public emergency may then be seen to have, in particular, the following characteristics.
Sorry, Mr. President, on a point of order, is this matter not a matter on appeal?
Sorry, Leader. Mr. Mountain, take a seat, please. Go ahead, Leader. Go ahead.
Mr. While I would understand some sort of reference, if the matter is on appeal, I'm not sure if this reading from the judgment
it's just definitional.
Is appropriate in the circumstances, because the matter is on appeal.
Senator Brown, would you allow me?
No, I will stop you.
Senator, Minister, as I understand what the Speaker is doing, is quoting a particular part of the judgment. He has not gotten into a discussion about its merits or demerits, so he can continue until such time.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Brown, I'm going to revisit my ruling since you're applauding.
It's really just a definitional.
Senator Bunting, you recognize that you are on...
Right, I understand. Yeah, it was just the following characteristics. One, it must be actual or imminent. Two, its effects must involve the whole nation. Three, the continuance of the organized life of the community must be threatened. And four, the crisis or danger must be exceptional in that the normal measures or restrictions permitted by the Convention for the maintenance of public safety, health, and order are plainly inadequate. This is coming from law of the Constitution. So I'm really establishing here, Mr. President, what the Constitution refers to when it speaks of states of public emergency. It's just definitional, because we seem to be getting into a debate about whether this is, you know, a serious problem or not. Of course it's a serious problem, but that's not what is being, we're concerning ourselves with. But this opinion, Mr. President, was shared, and the other section of the opinion I want to refer to is that it says that...
I just said to you that you have to be careful with that, you know.
No, this is, I've left the judgment. I'm speaking about the opinion of Queen's Counsel that we shared at the Vale Royal. It said that the government would have to show that at the time of each extension, the circumstances justify such a drastic step. An SOE is not a crime-fighting tool. The government cannot impose one to maintain the peace or to avoid the recurrence of an emergency. It is a temporary measure to address an existing emergency. Now, since that time, Mr. President, every time the government has come to request an extension, we asked, where is the cogent and persuasive evidence to prove that the infringement of rights is demonstrably justified? The only evidence the government has offered is to keep reciting the historical statistics that were way above normal when compared with the region or the world, and that the heads of the security forces have asked for it. Now, what this is showing, and I will go further, in the House, in the debate in the House, the Attorney General said, if the opposition parliamentarians had seen the presentation from the heads of the security forces, they would have been convinced. Well, show us. Show us. We have a responsibility to come to our own conclusions based on the evidence. That is the responsibility given to us by the Constitution. We can't responsibly delegate that to whether military men or policemen. That is our responsibility, and that is our special responsibility as opposition senators. A responsibility insisted upon by the former leader, the right, or the most honorable rather, Edward Philip George Seaga, when he insisted that that be an element of the Charter of Rights. And I had the unusual experience of serving on the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional Reform with Mr. Seaga. I think it was about 93, 94, my first term in Parliament. And there were not a lot of things that Mr. Seaga and I agree on, but this was one area that I absolutely respected and agreed with his position. He was very much a skeptic when it came to the use of states of emergency.
Mr. Bunting, with the greatest of respect, and, I'm not going to interfere with your presentation, But you keep referring, and Senator Brown referring to Mr. Seaga. Mr. Seaga's skepticism about a state of emergency arose from the public and the party's response to the 1976 state of emergency.
And I have no issue with that. So all you're saying, Mr. President, is that it was informed by experience. But at the end of the day, each of us here has a responsibility to consider whatever that evidence is. And I have been a Minister of National Security. I am accustomed to dealing with intelligence product. Intelligence product can be sanitized based on the user. So strategic intelligence reports can be prepared in a form that can be presented to every member of this Parliament. So there's no excuse. And we are being treated with contempt when we are told, vote for something, even though you have not been presented with any cogent and persuasive evidence. You have not had the benefit of the advice of the heads of the security forces. You have not been able to interrogate them to test what they're proposing. The amendment to the JCF Act in the 90s made it clear Commissioner is responsible for operations. The minister is responsible for policy. We are the legislators and the policy makers. They can advise, yes, but it's not their job to decide. It is our job to decide here. Mr. President, rather, I want to turn now to the effectiveness, because I have referred to the law and I want to turn to the facts. And when I review the facts, the statistics, it is because I believe that we should ground our decision-making on an evidence basis. There must be some empirical data that informs our decision-making. And so when I look back at the statistics, to include the period before the state of emergency, it's not, as somebody suggested, to try and compare my performance relative to either the predecessor or the successor. It is to say, is there an objective basis in this statistic, in these statistics, in the data to support the decision which we're being asked to make? And when I look at the data, the first thing I say is that 2017 is an outlier. When you look at the years, the number of murders each year over the last 10 or 15 years, you will see that 2017 certainly has been an outlier in the last decade, way above the other years, and perhaps in the top 2 or 3 worst years. And we can discuss why that was. Certainly, it could be because the police had no mobility those years because of the used car fiasco. It could be because scores of criminals were getting licenses for guns from the FLA. Could be a number of reasons. But the fact is that taking that outlier away and just focusing, and I know it's convenient to use that year to compare everything to, because it was such a bad year. But if we take out that year, 2018, 2019, 2020, and now 2021, none of those years suggest that the state of emergency has been particularly effective in reducing violent crime, in particular murders. And so let us look at some of the other things that could explain what is taking place with the murders. And in particular, let us look at this year, because this is what we're contemplating right now. It's the spike, the 11% increase in murders. In 2021, up to November 20th, there has been an 11% increase in murders, or 128 additional persons murdered relative to the same period last year. So that's one piece of data. But let us also look at what has happened to the clear-up rate in those two periods. In 2020, you had a 49% clear-up rate. In 2021, you had a 38% clear-up rate. So your clear-up rate fell quite significantly, by over 20%. What has happened with arrests for murder? Arrests for murders have fallen by 11%. So murders have increased, but arrests have fallen by 11%. This year, you've had 551 arrests for murder. Last year, at the same time, with fewer murders, you had 617 arrests for murder. No, Senator Briam, you're correct. I am not a policeman. I'm not trained in policing. I know relatively little about policing. But I am a trained engineer, so I know about quantitative analysis. I'm trained to solve quantitative problems. And in my other career as a banker, I also work with numbers. So I can look at these numbers and I can deduce that there has been a breakdown in the intelligence gathering, in the investigations, and in the case preparations. These are not things that will be solved by the declaration of a state of emergency. These are things that will be solved by having high-quality investigators, having more investigators to put against the murders and the other serious crimes. It would have benefited from a growth in the manpower of the GSCF over the last 5 or 6 years, up to the level of its establishment, instead of being 2,000 less than its establishment. These are the things that would have made a difference in the almost 6 years that the government has been in office. The truth of the matter is that the years of the states of emergency, and it spanned 3 years. I know it may have been intermittent, but it straddled 3 years. It encourages sloppy law enforcement. The power to detain without charge replaces thorough investigation and case preparation. The lion's share of the additional resources during the last 5 years, all the additional resources that has gone to the Ministry of National Security, or let me rephrase that, the lion's share of the additional resources that has gone to the Ministry of National Security has gone to the military. And I suggest that that has been not the best use of those resources. The military cannot replace what the police can do. And I'm not saying you may not have needed more military, but in terms of the priority to deal with violent crime, you needed more police personnel, much more police personnel. We needed strengthening the intelligence gathering capability, investigation, and the case preparation. And we've seen this before. The Suppression of Crime Act that was in force from, I think, the late 70s through the 80s till the early 90s, or the 90s at some point. During this era, police fatal shootings skyrocketed and have continued for decades. I remember looking at the years, over decades, at the figures for police fatal shootings. In 1 year, as many persons were killed by the police as killed by murderers. In 1 year, this was in the 80s, it was roughly about 450 persons in that year were murdered, and roughly the same number was killed by the police in shootouts. And the truth of the matter is that we started to rely on the so-called crime fighters and the special squads as a substitute for thorough investigations. And police fatal shootings continued to hover in a range between 250 and 450 per year for decades. And that's where it was when I became minister. And we worked very hard to change the culture of the police. And we brought it down to under 100. In 1 year, we reduced it by 60%. And we didn't see a spike in crime. In 2021, again, when I look at this police statistics, I see a 57% increase in fatal shootings. I'm concerned, not saying I'm not in a position to say whether these were not all justified under the law or not. We will, we rely on INDICOM. But if we just see that going up without more, it should be a cause for concern. Mr. President, we are 4 months short of 6 years of this government being in office. And the only substantive legislation passed to do with fighting crime is the Zones of Special Operations Act. And this was, in a sense, as I think Senator Fraser Binns referred to, designed to be an intermediate measure between normal policing and a state of emergency. And it was clearly, even in the memorandum of objects and reasons, compared with the state of emergency, because it was recognized this was an intermediate step. It was based or designed around a clear hold and build strategy, where initially you would send in security forces into some of these very communities where we're having states of emergency now, clear out the gangs with, very strong presence. We would hold it by retaining some reasonably high level of security presence, but recognizing that you had to focus on the build component. Clear, hold, and build. And the opposition supported it, and we thought this was a great opportunity. The 3 police divisions in Kingston, Kingston West, Kingston East, Kingston Central, that are giving such a high or such a disproportionate amount of violent crimes, in particular murders and shootings. 8 square miles. 8 square miles. The whole parish of Kingston is tiny. It could be a zone of special operation. And I recognize when I say those police divisions, they're not identical to the parish border, because Kingston West Division, for example, goes into southern St. Andrew. But it still doesn't negate the point that the actual geographic area is less than 1% of the total land area of Jamaica.
Mr. President, given that the Speaker's time has expired, we seek that we extend the time for him to finish his presentation.
Thank you very much, Senator Hill. The members would have heard the question. Those in favor?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. So we really saw the zones of special operation as an opportunity to pursue what we feel is effective, which is the balanced approach. Those persons who live in those communities, Senator Webby, are no different than you or I or anyone here in terms of their humanity. They may be disadvantaged in terms of the circumstances that they find themselves in or they were born into, but they are no different in any intrinsic way than those of us here. And just as you or I would not want our sons who went to school together to be detained without charge for the extent of the state of emergency, we should not, in good conscience, expect the sons, primarily, sons or daughters, but primarily the sons of any of our fellow Jamaicans who are as intrinsically human and Jamaican as we are, to be subject to those conditions. These are not foreigners. These are not aliens. These are not terrorists from some foreign country. These are Jamaicans. And I think we need to ensure that as we operate, much of these laws which came from colonial times, pre-independence, that we adapt them and we utilize them in a way that recognizes that we are now in our 6 decades of independence. And I made reference to the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional Reform. And I remember we invited, well, the opposition members of that committee, we had a caucus, and we invited Sir Philip Sherlock eminent Jamaican historian, and who had proposed, he had written a preamble to the Constitution. And he came to speak to us about it. And one of the things that struck me that he said, and this was way back in the mid-90s, but it has stayed with me for the entire time that I've been in government. He said, after independence, we substituted black and brown faces for the white faces of the colonial masters. But he said the attitude of the state to the people did not change in any fundamental way. Today, we have an opportunity to demonstrate that the attitude of the state to the average citizen of Jamaica has changed in a profound and fundamental way since independence. We're given that opportunity by the Charter of Rights. Charter of Rights that was championed by many, but including the former leader on that side. And the Charter of Rights, which is the only entrenched clause in our Constitution, or entrenched section in our Constitution, that was changed since independence, because an entrenched section requires both sides to cooperate. And when I write my memoirs, I will have, a chapter explaining some of the backroom negotiations and discussions that took place, which enabled this party as opposition then to not exercise the veto as tempting as it had always been in every other such situation, but cooperate and support the government in what we thought was a most important, perhaps the most important amendment, an addition, an improvement to our Constitution. Not an academic document. Literally the foundation of our democracy. The foundation of our democracy. The document that is not just to protect the majority, it is also to protect the minority.
So people want to speed up that writing.
It is also to protect from a tyranny of the majority, or a tyranny of the executive. That is why, for me, this has never been about an academic discussion. When I have stood in this parliament, whichever house, and I've taken this oath of allegiance, swearing to be faithful and to bear true allegiance to Jamaica, that I will uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica, and that I will conscientiously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of Jamaica. So help me God. That I take as a most profound and fundamental obligation. And in carrying out that obligation today, I cannot support the extension of these states of emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bunting. Senator Longmore. Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Longmore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to contribute to this very critical debate at this very late hour. And I actually opted to wait to hear the many perspectives that would have been expressed this evening on this very critical subject. I'm going to start my presentation with something that we all are very familiar with. Jamaica's national pledge. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body. In the service of my fellow citizens, I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. Mr. President, I didn't prepare a speech because what we are discussing here today or tonight is so very familiar to me, and I have processed in so many ways. Minister Samudo reflected on the fact that during his lifetime, this is a Jamaica that we know in terms of crime and violence. And unfortunately, Jamaica has reached a point, and what is happening in our society is that there is a generationality to our violence. And I started off with that pledge because that is a pledge that I grew up knowing, being part of the Jamaican family. And as we stood here and we have heard all the pontifications as to what may have and what are the causations for some of the crime and the heinous acts that we see in our society, I cannot help but reiterate what I try to bring to the fore, being a mental health professional and psychiatrist. The great impact that the breakdown in our families is having on our society. And Mr. President, I won't go into heavy statistics. We have had a long day. But we know that one of the main causations for what we're seeing in our crime stats is gangs. Gangs come from when families break down. Persons and children join gangs when they don't have a family setting to relate to. I'm going to reflect on the standard 8 family values to consider when someone belongs in a family, and what these values do to the individual. Kindness, self-compassion, integrity, responsibility, mutual respect, honesty, flexibility, and fairness. I think if there was anybody who were to evaluate some of the deficits within the society that we live in, those are the very same factors that are absent. And no matter how much we try to escape it, we have to fix that situation. And that situation, for me, we're talking about crime, and I'm going to take it to another level. For me, the first crime that is committed in Jamaica, or probably should be the first crime, is one that a significant portion of our children face, and that is crime in the form of child abuse and neglect. So many of our children are born into a situation where they don't have the caregivers that they need. They don't have that unit that guides them. They don't have that avenue to develop. And that leads to consequences. That leads to consequences. And we're reflecting on a lot of statistics, and we're told that, you know, the social interventions, etc., that we need to pursue, that we need to be monitoring the statistics. But I just want for us to also reflect on some other statistics. I want us to reflect on the abuse rates amongst our children. How many of them suffer from neglect? I want us to reflect on the trauma rates that are direct from being victims of trauma or vicarious victims, where you read the news, how many persons in our society are traumatized. I want us to relate to the statistics that relates to the amount of family-related issues in our courts. I want us to relate on the facts that relate to school dropouts. And you realize that at the same age group where children are falling out from school attendance is where they're actually entering into criminal activity. You see it in our juvenile facilities. It is where the gangs scoop them up. I want us to reflect on the stats that relate to the broken homes. And we are here now discussing the emergency of this situation. But Mr. President, that emergency did not just start yesterday. And it is a manifestation of issues that have been here with us for generations. And if we are going to stem that, we must address the fundamental causations. But Mr. President, I am rising to support the implementation of these states of emergencies. I'm going to take it in the form of my primary profession as a doctor. And I'm going to say to us here that consider us as the medics for our society, as the doctors who need to treat the problems within our society. And if you have a wound that is gushing, if you have a cut that is severely, person is losing blood, it is obvious that that is an emergency that you must address. You must cauterize. You must stop the bleed. You must also investigate the causation of that and address it. And what I cannot understand is you have situations where you have a peace management initiative that is being conducted. And in the midst of that, criminals go in and kill blatantly 2 persons who are trying to help the situation in their community. Blatantly. What qualifies for an emergency, if not that? I'm going to read the words of 10-year-old Mobe shooting victim who is now in need of a $50,000 fund to get a cochlear implant, that is her hearing, because of the stray bullet that she suffered. I thought the experience was a dream, said Calissa, who spent a month in the hospital recovering. In the hospital, I closed my eyes and I went back to sleep. And when I woke up, I felt the pain and I could not open my eyes. 10 years old. I want the crime to stop because they're hurting little kids, decent kids who want to live their lives. This is the incident where 3 men were killed in a gang-related incident. I'm almost certain if you check those members of that gang, they themselves have issues that could have been prevented. Her mother says, we heard something sounding like shots. I told Calissa to hold your head down and hold your sister. Then I felt a slap in my ear. And I told the driver that I got shot. I turned around to look at my child, and all I could see was blood running like water. 3 times I saw her go cold on that day. It is a day that will never come out of my head. If this does not qualify for an emergency, what qualifies for an emergency? if you are a doctor, as we are here being the caregivers of our nation, and this is what our people are going through, and as leaders who are here to protect and guide, we are going to be playing political football. We are here now at this time of night when persons in this community have to be locked in because the sun has set, because they dare not venture down the road. If they didn't get something to eat for dinner, they can't go to the shop to get it because they may get killed. And we are actually here debating whether or not, in our capacity where we can do something about it. We have had the reports, we have had the figures that reflect that these measures save lives. Mr. President, you know what is also very critical for me at this time? We're coming up to the Christmas holidays. We're going into Christmas. We're coming out of, we're kind of somewhat emerging out of COVID. People are trying to get back to their lives. We all know that during Christmas, the crime rates tend to go up. Imagine how hopeful the members of the communities in St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover must be, and hopeful they are that a state of emergency could be put in place so that they may have a chance to go down the road and check them grandmother during Christmas. Because they can't do it now. Imagine how hopeful they must be that there is a chance, there is a decision being made in Kingston in Garden House that could allow them some freedom. And we are here seeking that our egos be stroked. Mr. President, Mr. President,
wickedness.
As I said,
Wickedness in our one.
as a medic, my primary purpose is to try to save lives. I'm a medic before I'm a politician. I don't even know if I'm really a politician. But I'm a doctor for sure. And if you are here where you have an opportunity to save one life by casting that vote, and you choose not to, I will leave it for you to decide and to look. I will leave it for you to decide and reflect on those persons. Let us not get wrapped up in the technicalities that so many persons have elucidated and have deciphered. Let us focus on the fact that this is about people's lives. And you have an opportunity to save some lives and do something for those people in those communities, especially at this time of Christmas.
Wrong-headed decision.
Mr. President, I fully endorse this vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Longmore. Minister Johnson-Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have many important debates in this chamber. But I think some days feel more grave than others. And I know many of my colleagues agree that this is one of those days. Depending on today's debate, depending on the votes taken tonight, Jamaica faces the prospects of the expiration of states of emergency declared in St. James, Westmoreland, Hanover, and specified areas in Kingston and St. Andrew. So members must, of course, having listened to all we've listened to today, and even coming into this debate, must appreciate that the scope of the geographic areas are reflective of the challenges we face as a country. And as we've heard, as Minister Samuda shared with us earlier, these areas are responsible for 54% of the murders and 58% of the shootings nationally year to date. 54% and 58% of all murders and shootings across the island are in these 7 parishes, divisions. Mr. President, it's very, very difficult for me to believe that members would not appreciate the emergency nature of this situation. The scope of this epidemic of murder, and particularly gang-related murders that faces our beloved country. And more so, that it is at a level that is beyond the scope of normal policing. That is the reality that we confront today. And I would just make the note, so I don't forget, although Senator Bunting is not in the chamber, he may be listening elsewhere, that the point he was making about the fact that as murders were increasing, arrests were falling, actually is part of the argument for the state of emergency. It is what the police have been saying. One of the benefits of a state of emergency is that it gives them the space to do more of the investigative work and the intelligence gathering that is required for arrests and charges to be made and prosecutions to be effectively conducted. So if it is that your rates are above normal policing and they get worse, then it stands to reason then, and it's not an anomaly, it stands to reason, it follows logically, that your arrests and clear-up rates could fall. One would follow from the other. But, Mr. President, tonight, the fate of whole communities lie in our hands. They lie in the hands of this Senate. Resolutions have been approved in that other place on Tuesday that would prevent the states of emergency expiring, subject, of course, to our votes. I want to take the opportunity, because we have been making these distinctions between crime and violence, and I want to just make it clear that we thank and commend our security forces and the Ministry of National Security for the reduction in all serious crimes except murder that we are experiencing now. Shootings have recorded a reduction of 1.8%. Rape has seen a reduction of 25.2%. Robbery is down 27%, and break-ins are down 15.2%. These achievements in reducing serious crimes are not to be overlooked because they are a part of the work at hand. They are a result of the hard work and dedication of our men and women in the JCF, and as a result of the administration's unparalleled investment in training and upgrading of the national security infrastructure. And it's important to note, in response to arguments that the government sees states of emergency as a solution to crime, we do not, and we've repeated it often, but we believe that they are part of the suite of actions necessary. And actions are being taken in addition to what we are purporting to do and what we are hopeful to do today, which is extend the states of emergency which have been declared. And they have been declared because of the circumstances existing in the communities identified in the proclamation. They are necessary to give relief to the affected communities and for the security forces to take the actions needed to return these communities to spaces that can be managed by regular policing. Mr. President, it also bears repeating, as it appears to have been missed by some persons in light of the opposition's repeated calls for a plan. Mr. President, there is a plan. And there is more than a plan. There are interconnected plans, programs, policies, and strategies, and perhaps more importantly, there is also action. Action and investment. The nature of the murder problem that we have, however, is such that it cannot be solved quickly. It cannot be solved immediately, and our current state has built up over 40 years, so it's not going to be solved in 4. And as you can see, not even in 6, especially where you throw in a pandemic for good measure. Mr. President, our issues won't stop because of the implementation of the SOE alone. And I believe yesterday the Commissioner had again expressly said that other operations, other work continues while states of emergency are in force. But back to the plan, because I want us to be clear on it for the public who is listening. There is the overarching Plan Secure Jamaica, which deals with everything from border security to cybersecurity, terrorism, and everything in between. There is the 5-pillar security strategy that sits within it as well. And these are, and I remind this Senate, effective policing, social development, situational prevention of crime, swift and sure justice, and rehabilitation of the incarcerated. All of these pillars are being worked on. There are challenges, the problems are intractable, but they are being worked on. And beyond this, there are, of course, the operational plans which deal with daily execution. And beyond all of this, on the matter of transparency and cooperation, there has been the establishment of the Crime Monitoring Oversight Committee, which includes not only the opposition, but private sector and other stakeholders. And this CMOC recognizes the national consensus on crime signed by all stakeholders, including government and opposition, just last year. It was signed in August 2020, and if we connect the dots, we will see that this was just before the second wave of the pandemic. It was at a point when I think the world was hoping that things would even out with COVID, and we were all proved wrong. Mr. President, there is more to be done, and meetings have been held to discuss achievements of the targets. And in addition to matters raised in earlier presentation, it also, which spoke to the national consensus, I want to just touch on the matter of the use of the military in security response, where the murder rate exceeds 32 per 100,000. There was a bit of an interchange between Senator Golding Campbell and Senator Bunting earlier on the point. The fact is that the national consensus recognizes expressly and agrees that they will use the military. They will use the military in circumstances where, and I'm just going to read from it so that we have the exact language in the Hansard. And for clarity, it says, we will support the use of the military as permitted by law in geographic areas where the homicide rate is above 32 per 100,000. That is 2 times the regional average at the time, where the level of violence supersedes the capacity of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and the Commissioner of Police, along with the Chief of Staff of the Jamaica Defence Force, agree that it is necessary. We acknowledge that there should also be sustained public engagement on the use of such an intervention, and that has existed. This is the language of the national consensus on crime. And Mr. President, I think it's important for us to share in the context of the numbers that we've been looking at. And I want to, in particular, just touch on the opposition's argument, which has been raised in other forums, that the crime consensus referencing the use of military did not mean in states of emergency. I think the language that has been set out is quite clear, and I think it's also quite clear that the law generally provides for joint operations, and that has never been in contention. So there would be no reason for the CMOC or for the national consensus to mention joint operations on the advice of the heads of the security forces if they were not speaking of states of emergency. What has been in contention has been the way in which they would be used, and that being under states of emergency. So I think it's quite clear that what was recognized was that states of emergency don't just add boots on the ground, which has also been addressed or just also been suggested. They don't just add boots on the ground as in a joint operation. They are force multipliers in the true sense, and they add increased operational flexibility in this fight against violent crime, and in particular gang murders. As the Prime Minister has explained, the JDF can operate at a different tempo. Soldiers can be deployed on their own. Note that as you see them in operations, JDF only is in some places, police in others. You can deploy and use the police and soldiers in light of the human resources available and the requirements in each space, as they don't have to be twinned together as they would have to be without the declaration of the state of emergency. They can close places based on intelligence. They can manage times. It is a much more operationally effective mechanism that can be utilized. And as you can't just simply wave a wand and magically train and recruit the number of police that would be needed to address these emergency levels of murder, and in particular gang murders, the paramilitary murders that Minister Samuda spoke about earlier, then you need the numbers and you need the operational flexibility and the optimization that you get with their use under the states of emergency. And it was this recognition why the use of the military was set out in the consensus document. So quite simply, it is not true to say that because you can have curfews and joint police operations, joint police JDF operations, without a state of emergency, that states of emergency do not add value. It is quite simply not true. And every time you say it, it reduces your credibility with the people who know, and in particular with the security forces themselves. So, Mr. President, I digress a bit, but the fact is that despite other major crimes tending down, as we're quite clear, murder has gone up by 11%, and 72% of these murders are gang-related. As has been pointed out, the global average of murders, 6.1 per 100,000, and ours, as pointed out by Senator Samuda, is 6 times that average. Senator Golding Campbell shared the horrendous rates that have been set up, that are being experienced in the 7 divisions in which states of emergency have been declared. But you can stay there. I like this. Yes. So, Mr. President, the government cannot sit by while innocent Jamaicans lose their freedoms, their rights to life and liberty that are guaranteed by our Constitution. When we're called to account, we cannot say, well, the opposition was saying they wouldn't support it, they didn't think it was proper, and there were some advocates who wrote opinions and said that they didn't think it should be done. Mr. President, the opposition has picked on a reference made by the Prime Minister to academic discussions, and others in the public have picked up on it as well. But I think he's very effectively explained and justified his use of the term. It was to emphasize the real implications of the decisions that we make on the matter of states of emergency to the lives of Jamaican people, to the lives. But what others also missed were his further words on that day, where he said, and this is really about the point that this is a listening government, and this is not one that is disrespectful to the Constitution. And he said, the political debate, I quote, is one which surrounds whether or not the tool is constitutional. And that is a debate which is a legitimate one. We don't in any way shy from it, and it is proceeding. The Attorney General has been very effective in working through the issues that are involved. But until there is a definitive ruling on the matter, the tool remains available, legitimately so, because there are emergencies for which the government must respond, end quote. So as the PM has made clear, and as we have demonstrated through our actions as a government, we acknowledge the arguments and we don't discourage them. We have undoubtedly demonstrated in many different contexts that we are a listening government, and we have made adjustments and improvements institutionally. In the regulations, in the state of lockups, in the operations, even an amendment to the Emergency Powers Act has been made. But after all of that, the government has to act. We have to take the advice, listen to the security forces, and take their guidance on how to make every effort to constrain the criminals who are exercising their freedom in a way that infringes on the rights of others, and who will continue to do so if the state does not deploy all the tools at its disposal, such as a state of emergency. Mr. President, I underline the very Constitution provides for the use of emergency powers because of its supreme interest in protecting lives. Members should vote today in favor of the continuation of this mechanism provided by the Constitution to save lives. And Mr. President, I just want to very briefly highlight 3 key benefits of the states of emergencies, because it has been said by several persons today that they don't work. States of emergency save lives, and they give residents greater assurance of safety and protection. Families are deeply affected, as we have heard, but bears repeating. Communities live under the yoke of criminal gangs who will not respond to social workers. As has been said effectively, including by Senator Braham earlier, social transformation cannot take place in a state of war. In heavy warfare, social transformation is not going to happen just like that. And in fact, I believe Senator Fraser Binns had offered up in response to how we treat with a mother who is being called on to send her 14-year-old daughter to the Dons, that we need social workers and grant funding for alternative accommodation. That is not a realistic proposal. Why not deal with the problem of the Dons? And that is what we are seeking to do today, get to the root of creating safe spaces in which social transformation can in fact take place. So obviously states of emergency do not eliminate every murder. So here references to this one and that one. They don't eliminate them immediately. They reduce means and mobility. They can't address motive, but the numbers are clear. Greater assurance and safety and protection for citizens is important, and it's also important for intelligence gathering and contributes to the improved ability to solve crime. Mr. President, as recently as yesterday, the police have been saying that the state of emergency provides the environment that allows for more information sharing and reports which help in successful identification of criminals and prosecutions. Mr. President, secondly, states of emergency provide the security forces with the space as we build capacity. The ills of underinvestment of decades can be cured overnight. Recruitment of police, training of police, procurement, training in use of science and technology, increased mobility, improvement of investigative capacity, facilities for welfare for improved morale and increased retention, improve rehabilitation programs to reduce recidivism, training and engagement of unattached youth to reduce gang recruitment. None of these things can take place overnight, but they are all on the way. They're all on the way, and they're delivering incremental results, recognizing their connectivity to our societal progress. Some have been disrupted by the pandemic, like Hope has had to be constrained in some of its activities, but there is more to be done in that, and that is being done in that regard, Mr. President. Mr. President, states of emergency weaken the criminal's ability and capacity within a space, and again I want to direct members' attention to the fact that 72% of murders committed in Jamaica are gang-related. It's a particular type of murder that's being targeted here. The presence and activities of many more members of the security forces disrupt gang activity, and as we have just spoken about, they go beyond the mere ability to issue curfews and to have joint forces under the existing law. They provide additional flexibility, additional capacity, and they definitely create a different level of effectiveness in the fight against crime, which is required because it is beyond the scope of normal policing. Mr. President, the opposition has said that states of emergency do not work. They don't see it. But the facts showed this assertion to be uninformed at best, and at worst, plainly incorrect. And as deployed by this administration, they have respected the rights of individuals, and they have delivered results. I want to just remind, so we look back at what has existed. One of the areas in which we are called to extend the state of emergency is St. James. Under the previous state of emergency, between the 18th of January 2018 and the 31st of January 2019, there was a 70% reduction in murders, the lowest murder rates in 17 years. Those are clear, measured, and measurable results. How can anyone rationally say that looking at these figures, this is a measure that does not work? It doesn't solve every aspect of the multifaceted problem of crime, but they save lives. 70% reduction must be acknowledged as an important result. Another one of the areas is the tri-parish zone in St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover. Between April 2019 and August 2020, there was a 25% reduction in murders. How can anyone rationally say a 25% reduction is not working? Again, another area, Mr. President, in the Kingston Eastern Division, I'll give that example. Under the previous states of emergency, between January 2020 and August 2020, there was a 37% reduction in murders. Again, how can anyone rationally say that this is not a measure that works? These are incontrovertible results, Mr. President. Mr. President, all stakeholders know, and I repeat it because it keeps being said as if we are saying something else, that the states of emergency are not the complete answer to all matters related to violent crime. We recognize the multifaceted nature and that there are different actions that need to be taken across the board. But while we place efforts on holding the security agents of the state accountable regarding the protection of its people, equal efforts have to be placed on fostering a society where public and civil order is the norm. We have to address it through our education system. The work of the Commission on Education Transformation is coming. There's a broader suite of actions needed around violence. The Commission on Violence, also appointed by the Prime Minister, is also to provide its work to give greater guidance on policies and programs underway or to be introduced. Mr. President, social interventions, and I say it again, will not succeed without some level of security in those communities. There are two, not a full, they are two and not a full, and certainly not immediate measure which can save lives. And as Senator Braham said, because it bears repeating, social transformation cannot take place in a war zone. Improving parenting, continuing to improve training for young people and the not so young, continuing to increase economic and employment opportunities. We are working on all of these. Building on early childhood programs and community interventions. These are part of plans and programs underway to deliver a better Jamaica, but they don't immediately save lives in the communities which live under daily threat and fear. So, Mr. President, before I close, I want to make clear, not only for the members of the public who are listening, but for those members of the Senate who are still unclear. No court has found the declaration of a state of emergency to be unconstitutional. And while there may be a case on appeal which queries certain detentions based on certain facts and certain procedures, and while there may be a case seeking a declaration, again, in certain circumstances based on certain facts, nothing purports to declare that all states of emergency, as provided for in the Constitution and executed in accordance with the relevant procedures, are improper or ill-founded. I want to also make clear for both the listening public, for emphasis in this debate, and for Hansard, that as has been shared in that other place 2 days ago, that there is the highest level of case law from the Privy Council which finds that it is entirely proper for government to act within its powers and take corrective action through the legislature, even if the court has related matters before it, because that is the power of the executive from the policy perspective and for the parliament to act within the Constitution. The courts recognize the responsibility of government to act in circumstances such as these. So, Mr. President, without suggesting any finding on an issue raised or on any particular matter in particular, I just want to say that we have gone through the issues which we thought could be addressed by the legislature So you have already heard how the review of by tribunals work. It's now the tribunal that will have regular reviews rather than waiting for a detainee to actually apply for a review. There are periods of time that are set within which that must take place. Detention orders can no longer be ordered by the minister. They must be ordered by the SSP. Mr. President, even the concern related to a reference error in the Emergency Powers Act, and remember I'm saying I'm not commenting on the merit of any issue, but it was addressed by the Emergency Powers Amendment and fully enacted into law between both chambers. So I will say no more on those matters based on respect for the process which is underway. But I'm quite clear, and I believe we are all quite clear, that the actions that are being sought today are entirely constitutional. So, Mr. President, I am also clear in my mind that the numbers of murders that in the areas where states of emergency have been declared are at an emergency level. I see it plain as day. And I just want to note, as I close, that while all of us in here have the privilege of debating the extensions without anticipation of any direct personal change in circumstances if it is not extended, and that's a privilege that we should recognize and acknowledge, we need it for Jamaica. We need it for our country, and we need it for the people in the affected communities. Mr. President, I don't find it a compelling argument that says that we should have formally engaged opposition senators in formal talks about seeking their votes. Without discounting the process of consultation, consultation is always a good thing, this debate is the democratic and constitutional process transparently conducted in the eyes of the people, in the public's eyes, by which they hear what our views are and the basis of our vote. So I want to encourage members of the opposition, those who still remain here, not to be distracted. I want to encourage you to consider the people who live in these communities. When you're thinking about this vote, if you do feel this compassion, if you do feel this care for your fellow man, if you do hurt, if you do cry, if you do pray, I want you to think about the words of the Constitution that says that a state of emergency may be declared where action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body or persons of such nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. That a lawyer has written an opinion that says that he believes that that means wartime. That's his opinion. The words of the Constitution are clear, and we can, each of us, assess whether the horror that is experienced by these children, by adults, just trying to live their lives, and they live it in fear, in constant fear, that we in this house don't have to deal with on a daily basis. I want you to think about them. Think about the seniors who just want to take a little breeze at nighttime, who want to go to church this weekend and trying to understand whether it's going to be safe. I want you to think about the youngsters who just want to play ball, just want to play ball or go to school freely, but don't feel safe to leave their homes because of the control of gangs. The young girls who just want to exit puberty with a choice about who they want to be with and when. And the parents who fear the late shift because the risk of traveling is so much higher at that time. I was surprised earlier to hear a member say that he's sick and tired of hearing people talk about lives being saved when we're talking about states of emergency. I was surprised, and I was particularly surprised by who said it, because I've not found him to be an insensitive person. But it is about lives. This is about lives. Can't be insensitive to that. This is about lives. As I said, I was surprised. You seem surprised too. But I want to say, and I wrote it when you said it because I couldn't believe you were saying it. I actually wrote it. No, not at all. Not at all. And in fact, if you give me 1 second, I will find the exact quote because I wrote it right down. Couldn't believe it. But I won't, the night is far progressed, so I won't look for that. And that's not the point. The point is that this is actually about lives. And I think if we can become so numb, which is another word used by someone earlier, to be able to make that utterance and not think about it. We know that Saturday morning, you will wake up, make your breakfast. Mr. Bunting may have someone make it for him. Those who have kids will check on them, see if they join online school, or if they sleeping too late because they stayed online too late last night. You will drive to your farm, some of us to our offices, and some will be checking to see how the media covered their presentation today. But if you are someone for whom the state of emergency means the difference between whether or not you feel safe to get up for that early shift and whether you're going to be able to get home safely if you're on the late shift. If you are someone who is praying, a child praying, that the soldiers will stay long enough that the people who know will tell them where the guns are so that you don't have to hear them at night time. If you are someone who has had to run and leave your goods that you're selling because shot a bus, and now you're thankful that you can do a little business because the soldiers are around and the state of emergency is in place, so it's safe. If you're someone who doesn't mind the checkpoint so much, because although it takes a little longer, at least the soldiers and police are well trained and polite, which is better for you than the gunmen who would just as soon rape you or burn down your house as look at you. If you were one of these persons, if you are that little girl or boy, fearing what will come Saturday morning, and if you're that man or woman, fearing what will come Saturday morning, how would you vote if you did not have the privilege of knowing what your weekend is like or would be like? That is what is always clear in my mind, Mr. President. Securing the clarity that the Constitution of Jamaica provides for states of emergency. Once the conditions are met, and they have met, I've read the words, they have been met. I've read the words and the procedures have been followed. I'm asking the opposition, I'm calling on them. I'm not begging or beseeching, and I'm not stroking anybody's ego, but I'm asking the opposition senators still here today to seriously consider your obligations to the people of Jamaica and to vote in support of the states of emergency. Your vote today will literally decide what thousands of Jamaicans living in fear will wake up to on Saturday morning. Let them be foremost in our minds. As Senator Samuda had said earlier, score your political points, kick your political football, but think about the oath that you took, the people you serve, and the lives that are at risk. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Johnson Smith. Senator Minister Samuda.
You know, President, I suspect this morning I was Jekyll and the opposition was Hyde. No, I'll be very short because what has been on display today won't be mistaken by the people of Jamaica. And, you know, before I get into my notes, Senator Johnson Smith, I hope you'll permit me to share a discussion that we had. I don't remember whether it was early this morning or yesterday. These days are becoming a blur with the working hours, right? But Senator Johnson Smith can tell you that I didn't want to come to the debate today. I genuinely didn't. Not because I don't believe in the policy. I'm 100% behind the policy. But if colleagues, rather, I'm so behind the policy that I didn't want to come today to face the approach to the debate that I was getting signals would be the context, the approach. I was very disappointed with the signals I was getting because there wasn't a conversation that let us watch what is said, let us look at the data, let us make a decision. There was, Mr. President, a predetermined, willful ignorance that was going to be on display. And I didn't want to believe that. I genuinely didn't. I didn't want to write a speech. I wanted to come and say, let's vote. Because the data isn't hidden. There were comments made about others having more information. The government of the day should have intelligence that no one else has. Amen. And that's an effect of the democracy. There's no qualms about that. I have never asked or would never ask a sitting government if I'm sitting on that side, well, share. That's unreasonable. That's not how it works in a democracy. Democracy allows the people to choose who they want to lead them. Yes. Democracy allows the electorate to determine what decisions will be made in advance in many ways. Because in an election, in a normal democratic process, Mr. President, we have the manifestos, we have the speeches, we have the debates. There's usually some variation because circumstances change, regardless of which side wins in any democratic country. But generally, the populace is very clear on where persons stand. The people of Jamaica support the measures. In reality, and over the last couple of years, we're a little better at polling than that side. It's not up for question. The people of Jamaica support the use of the SOE measures and the strength and room that it gives the military to support the JCF. That is impatient to debate. I don't have the energy to get into the sideshows, admittedly. It is why, and I was chastised at the end of 2018. I think it was 2018. I said there would be political consequences for the decision in Western Jamaica as it related to those extensions. Mr. President, there's not a political opposition now in Western Jamaica. Mr. President, I don't want to dwell too much in the politics of this because I'm particularly disappointed in the debate, in the positions taken, in the ignoring of the facts presented, in the fact that no one who is politically active is in a bubble, President. There's nobody who is a politician who don't know a superintendent of police, who don't know a colonel of the army. The nature of politics is that you interact with people. You interact with those on the ground, you interact with those in the security forces, you interact with those in the legal fraternity, you interact with those in the business community, the church. It's what politics is. Politics is about interacting with people, putting forward your proposals and getting strength and support from the people based on those proposals. Mr. President, to see politics, or, I mean, flawed politics, admittedly, fly in the face of what is best for the people is rather strange to me. It is. And I've been struggling, even though I've followed every part of the debate, I've been struggling to determine how to respond at the end, because it's clear, it's been signaled by all speakers where the opposition stands. The only point I'll make to colleagues in closing on the political side of the issues before I just rebut some of the things that have been said is that if you're going to play politics, I suggest you at least play it well. At least play it well. But this, President, these colleagues, these citizens of Jamaica, is politics over safety. It is politics over security. It is politics over the lives of Jamaicans. You know, we have political bant and we have exchanges and people say, sleep with your windows and doors open. It's a, you know, it was politically expedient commentary. But people's memories get short. They don't remember in 1976 and 77 when former Prime Minister Michael Manley said, cock up your foot on your veranda and be safe. It's no different. But this vote tonight, colleagues, doesn't make anybody sit on the veranda safely. It doesn't make anybody sleep with their windows and doors open if you vote against the extension of the state of emergency. I use the context of our neighbors to the north. They made a decision that they will protect their country and they will not remove measures that do so until threats subside. Mr. President, the threats we face have been here for several decades. There are peaks, there are troughs, there are good years, there are bad years. But even our good years are unacceptable. The numbers we're discussing, President, it's so strange to me. Because you are double what should classify as an emergency. Or rather, your lowest level that you aim for, or that's being discussed, is double what should classify as an emergency. Now, let me tell you, I don't know how to express my disappointment in my colleagues on the other side. And that's a genuine feeling, because I've never wanted to believe that we would play politics in this way. I don't have a problem with the commentary and the cut and thrust of a debate. I really don't have a problem with that, because, you know, all who know me from any political circle will know that even when somebody gives a presentation that I fundamentally oppose the contents of it, if it is well delivered and it hits the political note, even the political note that I oppose, I can acknowledge it. But this, President, isn't about politics. It is about how Jamaica sees its national security. It is about how this country will provide security within the 7 police divisions that we have declared a state of emergency. Mr. President, ZOSO and SOEs are not comparable. They really are. They're just not. Right? ZOSOs are a structured social intervention with a security component. They do not allow the military to function in the way they function in SOEs, and they do not allow for an element which matters, shouldn't be used wantonly, but it matters, which is detention. Mr. President, at the end of the last state of the emergency before the election, it was 240 persons in custody. Not 240,000, not 24,000, not 2,400, it was 240. Mr. President, the regulations that are before us, that were tabled last week, have created a structure that deals with detention in a manner that many feel, including defense attorneys who don't necessarily support the discussion, feel is too onerous to achieve what a SOE is supposed to achieve. That's just a reality. The discussions earlier is it's like somebody giving you the correct diagnosis but misreading the medication. It's so strange. It's so strange, leader. I'm at a loss, and I won't go on much longer, but the only points I will leave with closing, because I think it's important for the history, it's important for the Hansard. We know where they're voting, Senator Campbell, it's fine. No one has said it is the only strategy or the only tool. It's just never been said. We have said that there are communities that have gangs which function like factions of some sort to chart war, and we need to bring peace to allow normal crime fighting strategies to work. We can't determine how quickly peace will come. It's just not on the cards. You will hear, and we've heard it in this debate and others, domestic incidents referred to in the context of this debate. The SOE declaration is primarily targeted at gang violence, which has been prevalent in 7 police divisions, and I went back and looked at some statistics for 47 years. Yes, in the Sugar Belt, you've had issues from as far back as Bustamante, and I'll share with you the articles. Now, gang violence in the 50s is very different than gang violence in 1990, and it's very different than gang violence in 2020. But some of the issues have remained in the space. Now, there's a particular issue I'm going to touch on, President. I hope I'm not being prophetic. Never mind. I find it extremely offensive, extremely condescending, this need to question the credentials, the advice, the experience of patriotic Jamaicans who have given their lives to the security fight in Jamaica. It is so unreasonable, Mr. President. I've never even, and I'll be frank with you, I've never even had a political joke run with me by any of these leaders of the security forces, neither the first, second, or third tier. And I find it so immensely offensive that when the security forces, the people who have studied security, the people who have worked in the space, the people who come to you and say, look, this is the threat, this is the issue, this is what we can do to cauterize the situation. And that's not the only advice I give. The strategy has been formed by significant consultation, and the investment has been informed by their advice. But when you have the first, second, third tier, and even the junior officers telling you the same thing, and then you have somebody call somebody's national service into question. Mr. President, I apologize on behalf of the opposition. Because it's disgusting. It's disgusting, it's disrespectful, it's uncalled for. And let me tell you something, Mr. President. It did happen. We can cut social media videos just like you can. We're a little busy at the moment, but we can cut them just like you can. It has happened. Let me tell you something, Mr. President. The country will not forget. No, we don't need to. Mr. President, the escalating violence and brutality are indeed an emergency. I'm not getting into a superfluous debate. I don't care what you want to label it, what nomenclature you want to use. But this is an emergency. It has been an emergency before Senator Crawford entered the parliament in another place. It has been an emergency since Senator Morris entered the parliament. And it became an emergency a little after Senator Bunting first entered the parliament in another place. Statistics don't lie. Well, the only thing I will say in closing, I know what the votes are. Not a gambling man, but I know what the votes are. All I would ask is that before, I'm not going to grovel, we're not going to beg. The country has made up its mind, and the country is watching. You know, Mr. President, there are more members in the Senate here than there were in the lower house. The other members couldn't face the vote. They went to dinner after and allowed the leader of the opposition to face the vote. Now, Mr. President, I am going to put it to a vote in a second. But there can be no illusion that the people of Jamaica support the extension of these measures. There can be no illusion that the very genesis for the CMAC discussion was to solve the debates we were having about the states of emergency. So anyone who says it wasn't about that is being, again, willfully ignorant. Mr. President, I ask that the measures be extended. I ask that the motion be approved. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister Samuda. The question is that the Emergency Powers Act, the Emergency Powers Parishes of St. James, Westmoreland, Hanover, Continuous Resolution 2021, and the Emergency Powers Act, the Emergency Powers Specified Areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Continuous Resolution be approved. All in favor? Madam Clerk.
Senator Allen. Senator Braham.
Yes.
Senator Bunting. No. Senator Brown. Senator Campbell.
Yes.
Senator Campbell Rodriguez.
Yes.
Senator Crawford.
No.
Senator Fraser Beans. Senator Gale.
Yes.
Senator Golden Campbell.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Senator Hill.
Yes.
Senator Johnson Smith. Yes. Senator Longmore. Yes. Senator Morris. Senator Floyd Morris. No. Senator Gabriela Morris. Senator Samuda.
Absolutely, yes, I. Any language you want, Madam Speaker.
Senator Scott Motley. Senator Sinclair.
Yes.
Senator Webby.
Yes.
Senator Williams.
Yes.
Mr. President. Mr. President. 13. 3. 1, 3, 8, 18, 13.
Members, please. The vote, as recorded by the clerk, is as follows: 13 ayes, 3 noes, and 5 abstentions. I'm sorry, 5 absences. Of course, that's something completely different. So that the resolutions put before this Honorable Senate, the Emergency Powers Continuous Resolution for the parishes of St. James, Westmoreland, Hanover, and the Emergency Powers Specified Areas of Kingston and St. Andrew Continuous Resolution is not approved. Minister.
Mr. President, it is, I think, as good as last week was, is as bad as today is. Mr. President,
Worse than 5 years.
Before I move the motion for adjournment, I would just say that it's a sad day for the people of Jamaica, and in particular, it is a sad day for the people who live in the communities covered by the 7 divisions of the state of public emergency. We convey our apologies to the security forces who recommended and who have been utilizing the space and who had hope that the debate today would rise to the level of reason and regard for the professional advice given and the realities on the ground. But it is what it is. We have reached where we are, and I only regret that as leader of government business, that the Senate has not delivered a better result to the people of Jamaica today. Mr. President, might the Senate be adjourned until tomorrow, when the State of the Nation debate will continue? Those are my closing comments, Mr. President. It's a disappointing day, and my apologies.
Leader of government business, and I address the members of the Senate, and in fact, as the President of the Senate, in whom a degree of responsibility has been vested, I do not, of course, participate in the debate. It does not, however, mean that I cannot voice a view and call the attention of the people of Jamaica from every quarter, from the university, from the communities, various communities across Jamaica, from the Bar Association, members of the legal fraternity. I wish to bring to your attention, all of Jamaica, the need to revisit a provision which allows for 2 members of the lower house, Member Golden and Member Cousins, 2 members of the lower house, neither of whom come from the parishes of St. James, Westmoreland, or Hanover, which is the epicenter of the problem that we face today. So 2 members of the lower house voted against these resolutions. 2. Senator Samuda, would you allow me? 2 members of the lower house voted against the state of emergency, and as a consequence of a particular provision in our Constitution, the matter came to the Senate and required 1 vote. In the upshot, 3 unelected members of this House have voted against this resolution. No account has been taken of the elected representatives from Hanover, St. James, and Westmoreland, all of whom supported the state of emergency. Where is that an expression of democracy? 3 unelected, 3, not even 8 of them, 3 unelected members of this Senate have put the security of this nation on a knife's edge. So I ask every member of this country, every citizen of this country, and those who reside beyond our shores, you tell me, there are 63 members of parliament. 2 of them, neither of whom, I think one of them represents an area under the state of emergency. 2 members of the lower house voted against this resolution. 2! And 3 unelected members. Senator Crawford, who is the only one who has remained here, Senator Bunting, and Senator Morris. None of them who have anything to do with the parishes and the divisions where crime is making our citizens' life a nightmare. So, the clerk is looking at me and telling me perhaps not to say it. But let me tell you something. This country needs to revisit this provision because it flies in the face of everything that is sensible. And for those of you who don't know why this provision is here and why it is Senator Brown and Senator Bunting continue to call the name of the Right Honorable Edward Seaga, that provision was put here because of the illegal, corrupt 1976 state of emergency. Now I am calling, Tom Tavares Finson, the President of the Senate, I'm calling on the head of the churches, I'm calling on civic organizations, I'm calling on the business community, the PSOJ, I'm calling on every sensible Jamaican to look at what has happened to here today and listen to me as I finally say. 2 members of parliament, not the entire opposition caucus, 2 and 3 unelected members of this Senate have put this country in grave danger. The question is that this Honorable Senate be adjourned to a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Aye. I'm sorry. The question is that this Senate be adjourned till tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Those in favor? Aye. Against? The Senate stands adjourned.